I'll give him a little bit.
Yeah, when it comes up, we'll discuss it. Oh, okay. Is Lucas coming?
Your guy. Nice.
Lucas coming?
Very last. No, he said he called, an email to us and maybe joining online. I already talked to Dan about it.
Testing.
Keep
an eye out.
Can anybody hear me?
All right. How are you?
Whoa. Can we turn the radio off?
Yeah, it's in the.
Oh, thank you. I'm like, who's got the radio on?
I'm going to have a lot of supervisors requests today.
That works for me. Oh. Oh. Request. 10 days, straight days. with nothing going on.
Hello, hello.
Look. That's my request.
No, actually, I can move here and you can move
Why
here.
don't you- Yeah.
Well, it's all right, I didn't know we didn't.
Is Lucas not coming?
He's
No,
gonna try and
he
appear.
emailed and said he's gonna try and call in.
You sure?
Yeah. She did.
All of my bags and food and just ridiculousness that I have with.
You gotta survive.
Yeah,
This one. you should take that from me.
yeah, it is.
You're fine.
I love those little things.
Okay, great. Got some stickies?
Did I give you them?
Yeah.
I have more. You
I
want?
love them.
Yeah, I'll bring some next time.
Oh, perfect.
Like I have 3 more boxes in my garage. You want some, Marilyn?
My dad's a Harvard student. I just remember what they say and if it makes sense.
Little Harmony sticky pad. I have them in my garage.
All right.
Well, we still have. It's 5 seconds.
I was gonna ask him to turn off the phone.
Okay.
Can I get everybody to mute your phones before we actually call the meeting to order? I greatly appreciate it. It's always embarrassing when somebody's phone goes off,
I'm starting mine.
which reminds me, is mine?
I have
Right.
a new.
Good evening, everyone. I want to welcome everyone here and on our Zoom call to the September meeting of the Harmony CDD. And welcome. Thank you for joining us this evening. The first order of business we have tonight is our roll call. First, I'll call the roll of Supervisor Phillips.
Here.
Supervisor Lee.
Here.
Supervisor Castle.
That's it.
Supervisor Kramer is present. And Supervisor Chikonis, are you available? Okay, if we can note that Lucas Chikonis is not available yet. He did indicate he would be joining us by Zoom, so if you can keep an eye out for him and let us know when he is able to log in.
Will do.
The second item on the agenda is our audience comment period. At this time, it's a time where our members of our audience, both here and on Zoom, can take up to 3 minutes each to speak on any subject relating to the Harmony CDD that you would like to bring to our attention. It's not a time for back and forth or explanations or questions. It's a time for you to present what your concerns are so that the board can hear you out. So at this time, do we have any speakers requests?
Yes. Yes.
Well,
Okay,
he
we
raised
don't
his hand first.
Have any paper ones?
Can you come up and state your name and address for the record, please?
Okay,
Just
and
watching it.
I need to ask, we need to be careful and not talk over each other and not interrupt each other. We have a new way of doing minutes, and it's really important that we all stay in our lane and not talk over or finish each other's.
Sounds good to me.
Yes, sir, your name and address.
My name is Clifford L. McIntosh. My address is 7504 Castlewood Court. I am East Lakes. My concern is that the Five Oaks Road, the water continues to flood. I know that the city had been out to vacuum out the lines or so so it wouldn't flood when it rains, but it's continuing to still flood, and I am concerned that when we have like hurricane weather, that it gets so high that we can't be able to go out to get to higher ground or whatever we need to do. I am new to Florida, period, so I'm not used to the weather as high, the water gets high here. So that is the only concern that I have, is if we can find a way to have that water draining at Five Oaks.
All right, and that will be addressed, so stay with us in the meeting and our engineer will be discussing that issue.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Your name and address for the records, please.
Sure, Todd McClimans. I'm at 7133 Indian Grass Road. Near the estates, but not in the estates.
Hello, can you hear me? Lucas here. Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Lucas, I can hear you. I think there might be something.
We're being disregarded.
Dad, I'm gonna slam books on the
Okay,
floor.
sounds good.
Dad,
I'll wait till we can hear somebody.
Daddy, I'm gonna slam books on the floor.
Just letting everyone know, I'm going to reach out to the chair and to the district manager.
Lucas is here. Can you hear me?
Lucas.
We're back on. Thank you.
Oh, I can see your faces now.
Thank you, Lucas. We have a gentleman reading us a letter concerning the location of our community maintenance facility. If you'd like to continue, sir.
Sure. We are most deeply concerned about people's safety, especially that are children who walk across the area, bicycle across the area to get to the park, people who walk their dogs, those who jog and stroll the area, or access the path to Buck Lake, having need to jockey with field services, golf carts, and workers frequently on cell phones, small trucks, and garbage trucks. In addition, we have witnesses, girls practicing cheer, dads pitching to kids, families flying kites, people bringing tables and chairs to utilize the gazebo, and those who use the gazebo for exercise class. Next one. The original intent of our petition was to urge the board to rescind their August 24th, 2023 decision to locate the field services maintenance facility and dumpster at the Buck Lake Park site. After conversations with Teresa Kramer, I realized that she was not open to that regardless if we had 100 or 1,000 signatures. We currently have 167 signatures to show there is considerable opposition to the facility, in particular to the dumpster, which is a collection drop-off for dog pots throughout the community. Not one person we approached refused to sign our petition. We respectfully urge you to be prudent in this decision, to keep the dumpster at the current location or find a more suitable location, which is definitely not in the interest of the parking lot to Buck Lake. Moving it closer to the gazebo is thoughtless, and picnic tables will eventually be returned to the gazebo. Moving the dumpster to Buck Lake site will only create more problems that we currently don't have, namely people using a dumpster for their trash, leaving trash outside the dumpster, rats, etc. In addition, I'm almost done. In addition, we are urging the board to not expand the field service maintenance storage to include boat trailers. If these are seldom used, they should be left where they're currently stored. Since that area is a mess and is being cleaned up by Jason, as I was told, that would preclude the Buck Lake site from having the appearance of a junkyard. Another item of concern when I mentioned the need to protect our green space, Teresa replied, we have plenty of green space. Unfortunately, there's only one entrance path to the Buck Lake dock. Lining the path with a metal storage building, fencing, etc., detracts from the ambience we currently enjoy. We respectfully request that you consider the above concerns of caring community members. And that's was again June Masovich. She's a neighbor of mine and such. So the biggest issue and the whole thing that I just read is the dumpster. We do not, anybody want to have their dumpster around your home? I don't think so. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, sir. All right. You'll have to come up, give your name and address for the record.
Margaret Odom, 7147 Oakland Trail.
Yes.
When I went around with June to collect the signatures, we were mainly talking about not having the maintenance shed there at all. Later on, she wrote about adding the dumpster. She was saying the other day that when they redid the calculation for the price of the Five Oaks and Schoolhouse Road, the Schoolhouse road was not changed, but the one on Five Oaks was about adding a bathroom and all the others, but that wasn't recalculated for the one on Schoolhouse. And I was wondering if that's the case.
I'll just say no.
So both were reevaluated on how much it's going to cost, removing bathrooms and all the other additives that were on.
Well, from what I understand, they're the exact same size building, and the price was $88,000 for the schoolhouse location, rounded up to $100,000. Correct me if I'm wrong, David. And $350,000 because you have to do everything from scratch. You have to bring a fire hydrant down. You have to do parking. You have to design a stormwater system and build it. It's just a lot more to do when most of the infrastructure is there. But again, this is for you to give us, and I broke my own rule. My apologies.
But,
But that's the situation.
what I've heard is the one reason was because there was a cement pad there. It's cracked and not even level, so that's gonna have to be redone. So that would have to add up the price too, wouldn't it?
I think that was considered in that.
We'll be discussing it, I believe, with the engineer.
Yes,
I remember
we'll-
I asked specifically about what the added cost would be of just doing a different, a new pad just somewhere else in that same area, just moving it away from the pathway and, you know, it's further away from the park side and all that. So the price of a new pad has, you know, it's on our radar.
So we will discuss that more and hopefully answer all your questions at that time. Thank you. Okay, do we have any other comments? If you'll come forward and give your name and address for the record.
Hey, board, this is Lucas here. I just want to say, I know we've talked about not having a back and forth discussion with the residents, but if we're going to stick to it, then we need to stick to it. If not, then we need to go away with it because we can't pick and choose on who we want to discuss topics with. So we
That's
should get on
correct.
this.
It's, thank you for correcting us. Yes.
My
Name and
name
address.
is Marilyn Ashmower and I live at 6852 Butterfly Drive. And I've been involved with the community garden for 13 years. And I want to thank this board very much for approving a garden shed, which we sorely need. And I'm speaking on behalf of the garden committee as their treasurer. And I'm happy to say that we have a new president who is Dan Leet. And Dan is
Not Dan Lee.
Dan Heck, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, guys,
I looked at.
if we can keep the comments down for the
Sorry.
sake of our minutes.
And so Dan is a gardener and he's got some great ideas and we look forward to having a good time. So, thank
Wonderful.
you. And
Thank you so much.
Appreciate the board, all your support. Thank you.
We appreciate you, Marilyn, and the garden.
Okay, do we have any other comments here in the meeting room? If not, we'll look to the Zoom. Do we have anything, Dan?
We have a few people on, but no one's indicating they would like to speak. Oh, sorry, there is. Sorry, Joe Janicek.
Can you hear me?
Yes, just state your name and address and 3 minutes, please.
Yeah, this is Joe Janzek, 7159 Oak Glen Trail. And I guess my concerns are, I'll just read them off real quick because I know you can't respond to them. The one is, there's a lot of trees that are overhanging the streets and when it rains and stuff, they hit the cars or the antennas of the cars. I know they cut some stuff down, but it doesn't look like they cut down a lot of the trees because I'm still hitting them when I'm driving out. I drive a pickup, just so you know. Second quick comment is the area towards the west end of the development. I noticed they're digging that all up, I assume, to put houses or condos or something there. I'd be interested in what's going there. If you can comment on that sometime, maybe today or in the minutes or something. And I was wondering if the board had reached out to whoever's doing that development to get the fence because they all went in the trash on Saturday. Why we didn't get that fence? Could have used it. Then maybe an update on the future development of Harmony. September 20th, board member Castle did put out a note on, I don't know if it was Facebook or something. I appreciate that, but I mean, there's going to be 1,245 new residences coming in. I'd be curious as to what impact that's going to have on Harmony, besides the obvious. What can they use our parks, our pools, our trails? If they're going to be donating or contributing, I should say, to the CDD budget. And then the petition to not have the maintenance yard by Bud Lake. I agree with that. Buck Lake, rather. It's just, to me, it's going to be an eyesore. It's one of the few areas that everybody gets to see and use. And it's just a shame if we have to, take that away. The other comment is I missed 2 meetings and I tried to find out what the minutes were for the June and July meeting. They're not on anywhere to be seen on the website. I realize June is probably being approved, maybe June. I'm sorry, June is on file, correction. July and August is not there. August is probably being approved today, but July should be there by now. It's over a month old. So I don't know why it's not on the website. And I would encourage the board to, I know you can't do a back and forth at this point with everybody, but I think the board needs to reach out and start talking to the owners, not just hear us and ignore us, for 3 minutes, whoever comes to a meeting, because I think, you're serving to serve us. And I think you need to hear what we have to say as we move forward on everything. And even if it's just, another day, another meeting, it's informal, no commitments, but just that you hear what we have to say. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Joe. Anyone else on Zoom?
No one on there is indicating they'd like to speak.
All right. Hearing no other requests to speak, we'll close the audience comments at this time. The next item on our agenda is contractors report. Nick, if you'll join us. You'll state your name and your company for the record.
Nick Lemesney with Benchmark Landscaping. So we have a lot to discuss with the reports of the pocket parks. Should we jump into that, or should we discuss the maintenance that went on this month?
Yeah, go ahead and give
Okay,
us an update on maintenance.
So in regards about the oak trees, we've started on them typically in June, July, and August, these months. It's, more maintenance. Now we're coming into fall, and that becomes, our main priority along with irrigation. We'll continue to move forward with that. This Wednesday coming up, I have a tree company coming in to get some of these problem ones that are over the road or over a structure. That gives us a head start. And then we can focus on the ones that are, further off the property. So there'll be big results, and you'll be able to see those by the time we have our next meeting.
Okay, and that takes them up to I think it was 15 feet in the contract off
Yeah,
the roadway.
15 feet over the road, and is 8 or so over the sidewalk. A little bit was done today on the far west entrance, blocking the signs. I've already started prioritizing which trees need to be done first.
Okay.
And then we'll go on down the list from there as far as that. Irrigation still going. I've been checking the system quite a bit the past couple of days. I've noticed we got like the emails, that was me turning it on if it was irregular. I'm trying to find some of these breaks. You'll notice a couple of flags. That's still very much so working on that, so we're still good within that budget. And that was about it.
How far along are we in that budget? How far along are we percentage wise? Because we were at I think about 75% or so.
Yeah, once it's completed, as far as like where we are sitting at today, I would have to get with Jacob to get that exact number. I know this month we located 3 valves that were stuck on, which resulted in 2 meters being down. Those have since been replaced, cat wire. I believe you and I had spoke on part of that location that since has been resolved. So now it's gonna get to more of the breaks and pipes versus wires and cables.
All right.
We would like to know, because this has been going on for a number of months now, when you expect to have it completed.
I will get with Jacob and get that information for you.
The other thing we've requested that we haven't seen, and again, it doesn't have to be a real formal map, but if you could just take the map that went with the contract and mark where you've already worked and corrected all the issues, and that way we'll know. We can see, and when they kick on, we know that that's an area that's been corrected.
All right, that's perfect. Then you'll know where problem areas are.
Right.
What's next? I will get with Jacob.
Wonderful. Thank you. Any other questions from the board on the general landscape maintenance?
I have one more thing to add. There is still a couple of areas with flooding. The backside of Dark Sky being the main one, and some of the CBD areas on Buck Lake. We're checking them weekly. if there's standing water, we can't run the machine through it, it will create ruts.
Mhm.
And so it's better for us to let it sit, dry up, and then go in there. So a couple of spots, we went in there with string trimmers that were getting too wild. But it's till it dries up, we can't really do nothing, so if you see those tall areas, it's due to flood.
That's right.
That's all I have as far as the maintenance side.
We have had a lot of rain.
Yeah.
The other thing on maintenance, I don't think we've had a mulch application at all this year.
Not yet.
Okay.
It's currently getting ready to come to you guys. Jacob and I touched on that a little bit today, but just a little bit. I know that's gonna be coming up next week.
We talked about November.
Yeah,
right before the holidays.
we want to wait until any chance of hurricanes. I don't want
I
to get
would
all
agree,
new
'cause
mulch
it's
and
gonna
have
be a
it,
mess. I
yeah,
agree.
float away. So, but I just wanted to put that in the pipeline.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. All right. That's all I have. Anyone else? Lucas, do you have anything on landscape? Just the general landscape maintenance that's been going on?
Not much. I've seen a few trees. There was one kind of by the school that needs to be clipped and trimmed. I seen some sprinklers spraying into the Five Oaks area. But other than that, I think our grass looks really good, and they've been doing a good job. So,
Thank you. All right. It will move on to the pocket parks. You had a number of pocket parks that you reviewed.
I did.
Did you want to touch on those?
In our last meeting, you asked me to go look at and evaluate each one. If I didn't give documents, if there's 2 or 3, it's because I didn't feel they needed anything. I feel our fertilization program will handle what needs to be healed and, you know, proper mowing. So I feel those are fine and didn't need any attention. The ones that are listed are just areas that I think that need to be changed, corrected, and what I would put as a priority. The main dog park on Catbrier, Buck Lake, prime. They've got food trucks out there, big area, whole families come out there. So I walked everything and that nothing needs a complete overhaul, but it was itemized so you can pick and choose and select what you guys would like to do with each individual location based on what you feel is the level of priority per location.
So this is kind of like a roadmap going forward.
Right. As far, I mean, yes. I mean, this is current conditions, so.
Yeah, we
some
know
of
it may vary. We'll have to ask for an exact proposal at the time we want to address a certain pocket park.
Yeah, if they sit a while, I mean, things could die out, things could, you know, fill in, so, you know, the longer on certain areas, then yeah, we'd have to revisit it and resubmit, but as it stands today.
Supervisor Cass.
So, you know, there's a lot of expenditure here, right? And we've been talking about how we're a bit tight with funds at the moment. My suggestion is that I work with Nick. I do maybe a drive-through and just kind of look at the areas and prioritize with him and then ask him to bring us, well, it's not exactly a proposal, but there are prices here. And then we can come back to the board next month, maybe with a proposal for what we can work on, what's really like a big priority now to get the place looking a little nicer for the holidays with money that we may have available after we discuss the finances a little later.
Yeah, that's terrific. I can meet with you as soon as next week and
Great.
go from there.
Okay, and yes, it's again, for those of you who have not reviewed the agenda, I think for the, and this is not an extravagant amount of work. It's just that we're 20 years old and some of our trees have grown up, the shade has changed, the sunshade combination has changed, but it would be approximately $73,000, and that is without any repair on the soccer field. If we added the soccer field, the least expensive alternative with the soccer field, it would bump that up to about $123,000. So we were looking for this just for us to get a feel for what we need to do to revitalize Harmony's landscaping, since some of it has literally aged out and others have been shaded out. So we'll look at that. So that's where we are on that. I noticed you did have, is there any other questions as far as the Pocket Park proposals or? Yes.
Brett is on and wanted to go over the name assignment. Benchmark.
Name assignment?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I was gonna do the next proposal and
That's
then,
fine. I just
since
wanted
it's
to
an
let you know.
add-on.
That's fine. When
Okay.
Nick's done with his, before we move on,
Mhm.
Brett is on there to address
Thank you for
that.
reminding me.
Sure.
Okay, there's also a consideration of pruning for building clearance proposal,
Right.
which, explain that, because didn't really give us this idea of what scope you were dealing with.
So it's in the field inspection. And there's a few problematic trees as far as, let me give you an example, if I have one in front of me. Like, for example, this tree.
Mhm.
Too big to stake and it's only too far to save.
Mhm.
This is something in there, I believe there's a tree right over, the canopy on Buck Lake.
Right.
And it's not like a traditional fence where I can allow a branch to hit it.
Mhm.
Things like that would allow a boom truck to come in and safely bring it down without any damage.
Okay,
Um,
so it's not one building location, it's the
correct.
items in the field report that
Correct, yeah.
required.
Yeah, and I believe they are, indicated in red.
Mhm.
In the, packet of which tree, this would go under.
Okay.
And I have a copy here if anyone.
When is it? What's the date on it?
September 3rd.
I'm looking at it. What?
I think it's over a few of them. We also do that.
Yeah. There are a number of trees, I think over some of the,
Like page 9, item 16.
Okay.
This is what I was referring to,
Mhm.
stuff like that, which is what I call a problematic tree.
Mhm.
Can we get a more specified proposal from Benchmark that states what trees where?
Okay.
Rather than.
Or take it
just
out of the
a-
field report and put it in, so, because we have to reduce this to a work order and an itemized list of things, so we know exactly what number of how many things that we have to include in this work order.
Yeah, I'll try to get that and have that in time for us to go over that.
That's good.
Great. All right, anything else, Nick, before we turn to Brett?
No, I think Brett can take from here, unless you guys have any questions for me.
Any other questions on landscaping and what's going on? Okay. All righty. Thank you, Nick. Brett. And is Brett Perez on?
He should be.
I'll give a brief introduction of what I know, which isn't much.
So essentially, they're merging with ULS.
Right.
Another merger.
And so this is kind of, if you remember, when you approved when we went out to RFP and then Mike prepared the name change assignment, this would be similar. And so that's what it is. And Mike, we talked about it kind of prior to, and he can tell you what he's comfortable with. And that's essentially what it is.
So ULS is United Landscaping and they're in Harmony West.
That I don't know.
I believe they
They
are.
are, but I would still remain the manager for Harmony here, nothing will change.
I saw a Benchmark truck coming from Harmony West into Harmony
That was
today.
me. I was checking out some areas that I had sprayed.
Yeah, and to my knowledge, I had asked Brett, are they doing any name changes, truck changes? And he said, no, not anytime soon, but they would let the board know well before any sort of name changes happen or rebranding happens. So they would remain benchmark as far as your everything. And that's as far as really what we have, and then whatever Mike is requiring.
So the board is not going to do anything now. We will wait for Mike to prepare whatever and then approve it. Is that the idea?
Well, I think what I saw was an assignment document that needed a little bit of work on it, because it talked about confidentiality or public entities, so we're not gonna agree to any confidentiality. But if the board is comfortable, you could approve the assignment in substantially the same form as you approved the last one. And it would only become effective once we get the new insurance certificates, because when a company buys out another company, I want new insurance certificates in the favor of the district in the new company name.
So we will wait.
No, what I'm suggesting is you could
Approve it now.
approve it now. Approve the assignment now, subject to my review, as well as getting the insurance certificates that are required.
So moved.
And I did ask Brett when we would be able to have that, and he said Monday. We would have new insurance certificate as well as the new W-9.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second.
Before we vote, because it's not on the
I was
agenda.
gonna say yes. Say, so I have a motion and a second to approve the name assignment for the merger of Benchmark with United Landscaping. Being that this is an add-on and was not on the agenda and noticed, we would reopen the comment period for anyone who has any comments about this potential change. Is there anyone here in the audience in person? Seeing none.
Is there any hey, this is Lucas. Is there any additional costs associated with this merger? And are we losing the current team?
Okay, Lucas, let me finish with public comment and then the board will discuss it. So if you'll hold that question 1 minute, and Dan, do you see anybody with comments?
Not that I can see.
And Brett texted me and said if you would unmute him, he's happy to talk, but he's been talking, but nobody can hear him.
I didn't mute him.
Okay.
Take it.
So, okay, thanks. So there's no other public comment?
Well, what is he signed in under?
See another phone number, I guess.
813.
It's, yeah, I can say ask to unmute, but he'll have to push a button on his phone or something. I'm not sure. Oh,
there we go.
Hi, Brett.
Can you hear me?
There we go.
Holy
Okay.
Lord.
First, let me close the public comment period.
Sure.
Hearing no public comment, we'll close the public comment period. And Brett will take the information that you have. Again, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was just, listen, nothing, I can answer a couple of questions that did come up while I was trying to talk and unmute. Nothing is changing. Like myself, I'm still involved with the company. Jacob's still there. Nick's role's not changing. He's going to continue to be on site. It's basically just a backing in terms of how we're funded in a sense. The change in equity groups is what it is. And that being said, it does bring more opportunity for Harmony because we add more branches in the Orlando area, which is more labor. So we have more responsibilities for natural disasters, et cetera. But nothing in terms of, there's no cost change. There's no staff change. None of that is going to be a part of any of this. This is more or less just in the contract. It states that if the name of the company does change, we have to get a consent agreement, and that's all it is. So I should have the COI and certificates earliest by Monday if everything wraps up as it should.
Okay, and Brett, is Nick going to be both
Yes.
our manager and Harmony West manager?
Nick is Harmony's manager. We do a very, very small common area section in the townhome community over there. He pops in and just checks on that like Friday afternoons. So that's all that's there. But Nick is going to be right there with you guys.
Really?
So-
Because I see their trucks all over the place.
United?
Yeah.
Whose trucks?
No, usually,
United Landscaping Services.
right,
Well, we have not. Okay, so here's how this works. We are currently merging with them, but the deal is not finalized. The way it works is they review the contracts, and in Harmony's contracts and a couple others have this consent agreement clause in it. So in order for us to move forward with this merger, we have to get the request that I had tonight was more of just, hey, if this deal goes forward, would we be able to change the name in the contract of the owner, like the contractor's name in our current agreement? That's all this is. Yes, ULS does do some install stuff. They have a land installation division, which we do as well. So they're doing some work, I believe, next door for the developer, putting in plant material, on new build stuff. But that's all I know right now. I can't really tell you much more about them because I haven't met anybody on their team yet.
So it's still tentative. It's not even definite.
Correct. It's just part of the process. It
So-
could be finalized tomorrow, just so you're aware.
Okay, I know there's a cart before the horse type thing here, but I guess we'll actually hold the signing of the document. We'll approve it contingent also upon, so it's contingent upon our attorney's approval of the document, the receipt of the
Certificates.
certificate of insurance, and the formal merger going through. Is that an acceptable amendment to the motion and second?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, I have approval from the second and the maker of the motion to add that contingency. So I just want to make sure that we don't have a situation where we sign a name change, then the merger doesn't go through, and all of a sudden we have United instead of Benchmark. So I just
Correct.
to be
Yeah,
sure we're.
no, that's a
Yeah.
good point.
So are there any other questions by the board or discussion?
Lucas had some questions.
Lucas, you had some questions. Did you get some clarification through what Brett said?
Not really. I mean, it's kind of surprising that we get this thrown on us after we spent, I don't know, $80,000 on repairs, and now they're merging with some other company who we don't know their background. I'm a big no on this. I don't like getting thrown onto things and spontaneously. I've brought in things up and it's gotten pushed to the next board meeting. So this is a no for me.
Okay, anybody else? What happens if we turn this down?
Then I don't know if you would have a landscape company.
You wouldn't have, if we merged, then we wouldn't be able to invoice you and we'd have to stop services.
Right.
Okay, I'm just checking.
I think there's a misconception. And to answer Lucas's question that he asked, is there going to be any added cost? The answer was no. Contract is the contract. The amount is the amount. Is there going to be any change in who's doing the services in terms of the employees? No, the staff is still on site. Myself, Jacob, Nick, Jason Ackman, we're all part of the company. This is I don't want to say a common occurrence in landscape world, but it happens quite often. There's companies that are up and coming. Another company decides, hey, we want to grow some more, and they change private, equity groups. There shouldn't, again, all that's changing is the capital behind the name. Like, we have more capital now to our name to, whether it's buy more equipment or provide additional services. Like, ULS offers tree services. They have in-house sod farms. They have in-house nurseries. So you're actually getting more benefit in this because there's more to offer in the services. So I'm not, you know, and again, I understand Lucas's point and I'm not downplaying it, but nothing's changing.
Okay, thank you, Brett. Okay. if
Yeah, and I
not-
just want to touch back, Brett. Thanks for explaining all that. But why was this thrown on us at the last minute? Like, I mean, you guys probably knew. I mean, in the last month or so that this was going on, right? I mean, it wasn't just like last night. You knew that you were getting merged with another company, and now we're discussing it at the CDD board meeting. So that's just my question. Like, it just seems a little sketchy and last minute.
Yep, no, it's a fair question, Lucas, but unfortunately part of these deals, you have to go through non-disclosure agreements. So that way either parties are not impacted by it, meaning if we were to announce it before anything happened, there could be contracts that are lost during a bid process or for either side. So you go through the legalities of these transitions. There are NDAs signed. We cannot disclose this stuff prior to being told, okay, here we're at this step. Now we can alert any contacts or contracts that have these consent assignments in them to ask if this is available. So it's again, nothing shady behind it, nothing done that you can Google them, their website's there, you can look behind them. I mean, it's all there.
So Brett, I understand that, but you just said that the deal's not done yet. So now you're relaying this information to us and that it's not signed. So you are
correct
in a sense letting us know ahead of time that you guys are merging or getting bought out. So
right. So again, I'm trying to explain it the best way I can. So the current agreement with Harmony that was set up by your current district council has a consent assignment clause in it. So in order for this company that's looking at merging with us to accept the contracts that we currently hold, they have to follow the letters in these contracts. The contract has a consent agreement. Therefore, we have to ask for consent for a name change of just the contract name. It's not going to be Harmony with Benchmark. It'd be Harmony with ULS. That is all we're asking for in this request. And when that happens, if they get told no, then theoretically that revenue from that contract isn't included in the deal because the name won't change.
So I understand that, but does it say you have to tell them a day or the day of that they have a CDD board member meeting, or does it say that you can go out and reach out to them because they have a contract with you saying that you need to tell them that you are getting bought out or merging with another company to give them a heads up?
Well, unfortunately, this is the only forum we can discuss these items is due to sunshine laws. I mean, I could have reached out individually to all of you, but I can't get any confirmation. I did inform the district manager. I believe it was last week when I found out. And we talked about we would add it to this agenda. So I can't just pick up the phone and group call you all due to these sunshine laws. So this was the time and the place to discuss it. This is where you have to make a decision. This is
the place to make a decision, but you could have had the district manager reach out to us and give us an email and say, hey, this is going to be added to the agenda. We're going to discuss this, and not just throw it on to us at the last minute.
And the agenda was already published when I found out. So I just asked if we could add it to this meeting, and there was discussion, and we're talking about it now. If you want to table it until November, that's fine, but I'm trying to answer.
I'll digress, Brett, but I already made my point clear that I don't approve this, and any of the board can vote on the rest of it. I'll be quiet now.
All right. Any other board members have any questions or comments? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed?
Yes.
Okay. Motion passes 4 votes to 1 with Lucas voting negative. Okay. Anything else we need to do with this? All right. Thank you so much. Is that all from Benchmark?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
You too.
Talk to you soon. Don't forget your water.
All right, the next item on our agenda, our staff reports. Is Jason here today?
No, Jason is still out of family emergency. He should be back on the 29th. The field report is in the agenda, which most of it Nick covered. anything that was outstanding. And, as far as the splash pad update, Lynn has a splash pad update, which he also distributed to the board as well.
That was,
Oh,
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, Lynn, if you'd like to come up front and explain what your pool heater handout is.
You want an update on splash pad?
Yes, please.
All the above.
Alright, so the update on the splash pad is, it's not operational. I checked in with the vendor. They went ahead and finished what the board has authorized to be fixed on the pool heaters. They came out last Friday on the 22nd and completed that work. With that being said, once he added the additional parts to it and fired up the pool heater, which has been what he calls flat, not operational, for almost a year. The compressor came on, but he found that there was leaks in the car.
Oh, hold on. This is for the pool heater, not the
Yes.
splash pad.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So I thought you were started to talk about the splash pad. So
Okay.
continue.
Well, I went backwards. I'll follow. So that's what I put before you tonight, and I know I'd circulated some emails with regards to this, so. When it took a step further and got him to provide us a worksheet or a spreadsheet to show you what we've spent on these pool heaters at the swim club. At this point, he did the repairs that were authorized by the board. And now there's an additional problem, which is what I also shared, for a bid of $5,700, which is not reflected in the spreadsheet that shows you what you've already spent. We spent $3,700 some dollars already in July. And then this last visit was $4,100, which is in that spreadsheet that I provided.
Okay, so let me clarify. So basically, since January of this year, we have spent $8,000, or we have had $8,000 worth of work done on the pool heaters. Now, I want to go back to the board and remind you that this was the mistaken. Remember when there was a proposal to fix the pool heaters came before us for $34.24. We assumed as the board that that would fix both pool heaters or whatever our problem was. At that time, we approved it. Then they hesitated in doing the work because they wanted us to approve 2 proposals. We hadn't seen the second one. But because we'd approved the first one, they went ahead and did the work without the board knowing that we needed extensive additional work on the second pool heater. When that was brought back to us, we then went in ahead and approved the additional work on the second pool heater because we were already into it about $4,000. So here we are now, and we did that with the understanding that they're old, they would need, but we felt, or the information relayed to us was that it should buy us 2 or 3 or 4 years at least. That hasn't happened, is what I'm hearing. So we're into the pool heaters, $8,000. They want another $5,746 to do the next repair, but they caution us and have it in there that they expect the compressor, although it's operating now, it's got considerable rust and may go out at any time, to the tune of about another $8,000. And that's still, I feel like I'm going down a splash pad road. Is anybody with me?
Yeah, well.
What do
I
we
mean,
do?
If these coils are leaking, aren't they warranted? We replaced them this year.
No, we replaced the ones on the first pool heater. We have a dual pool heater system.
It says replace both poolside condenser coils.
Yeah, only on one though. You have 2 pool heaters. It was
Right,
replaced
but
on
it says
one.
replace both.
July 24th.
There's two coils within those units.
in each unit.
Yes, ma'am.
So we have a total of 4 coils in the 2 units.
Yes, ma'am.
I think back then too, Teresa, correct me if I'm wrong, I think they also provided quotes to replace both heaters because they were aged.
Right, they didn't tell us that until we were 4,000 into it.
That is correct.
Right. And you had mentioned that we could replace it. One of our problems is this is a Symbiont system and only Symbiont can work on it, is what I've been told.
That is what I was told, yes.
And these are the only folks who can do it on these. There are other pool heater systems, but you said they would be at what, about $20,000-$30,000?
Yeah, actually, I think when Brett was back here, that question was asked, are there other, right now, you're kind of cornered to Symbiont because that's the only one that'll work on these. But there are other companies that will provide pool heaters. But yeah, you're looking at $30,000 to $40,000. And that was back then. I mean, we can definitely look into.
This says 60.
Additional, yeah. And it could be that, but this was back, I think last year. And I don't have it right off the top of my head, but there are other companies out there. I think he looked at one that started with a D. I'm not even sure what it was, but.
There was another company called Aquacal, maybe.
Okay. We don't need the pool heaters right this very minute, but we're coming real fast onto pool heater season. What I'd like to run by the board and see if you all are in agreement is for us to very quickly get out there and get some quotes on what brand new pool heaters. I don't want to go down the splash pad road again. I mean, we're already halfway down it with the pool heaters, but still, I want to staunch the bleeding right now.
Proposal to replace both.
To replace at least one. I don't know if it can work with 2. You ask them
They run together.
That's what my
So,
concern was,
yeah,
but
you have to replace both, because they do run together. They
well,
run-
have the companies come out. I want 3 of them. And look at it and tell us what they can and can't do. Maybe somebody has something that can work with 2.
Okay.
Does anyone else, do you want to act on this proposal today, or does that seem like a reasonable thing to?
Yeah, I think it's, I mean, obviously we should consider all options. My only thought is just making sure that if we were to decide at next month's meeting, that it's something that it's not going to take until, March to get installed. I think.
Right, so yeah, when you get the proposal, have them give you a date that they can start and get it completed by.
Are there any dates associated with what we've heard from Symbiont?
Pardon?
Are there any dates associated with this
Symbiont repair?
replacement from Symbiont?
No, he just provided his narrative of what you guys should consider, whether you want to continue to do the next repair. He also stated that the units are over 15 years old and the possibility of the compressor being the next, issue with that particular.
Right,
pool
so.
heater.
And is a quote for new pool heaters, 2 of them, going to include the cost of the compressor? Is a question.
Well, right, and
think so.
is the compressor a part of the pool heaters?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that
It's a
would
heat pump or
include
something, yeah. So
a
yeah, we just
compressor
want-
for each pump.
So make
or
sure,
each heater.
please, that the including Symbiont, the lead time or whatever is a part of that, so we can make a good decision next month.
Does the board need to take any other action? Okay.
So I'll get a proposal from Symbiont and we'll see if I can get
2 others.
2 others. Include lead time and starting completion dates.
Okay. Now you can enlighten us about the splash.
Alright, so the splash pad, as it was reported, it has a leak in the vault. As you know, you all authorized to get new pumps and new, valves in the actual wall. Now where one of the valves is connected to the piping that goes into the actual cement wall, there's a round union pipe connection. It's leaking from there. It was discovered in the morning right away from the field team. They immediately responded to the vault issue and contacted me. They pumped out water out of the vault. It was approaching the fins for the new motor, so you know we're hopeful that no water got in those. And they obviously turned off the unit. There's some 3-inch PVC pipe that goes from the pump motor to the filter motor. That also has a leak in it, which was also reported. The pressure gauge was broken. So in the interim, working with Florida Aqua, we're going to get the PVC pipe replaced, and of course the pressure gauge. And we all automatically or right away reached out to PFS and Mo and Priscilla to try to get them on site to resolve from the valve to the wall issue. There was some concern whether you had power there. We did confirm we still have power. There's no issue where we need to contact the electrician. And we're just waiting for Mo to give us the date to come out and do his part. And I've already was working with the field team to have Florida Aqua Group come out and do their part.
The first time we went to do the massive work, the first massive work on this, and again, you weren't here, so please don't take it, but we were told that that would fix everything. And I don't remember, that was $20,000 or something.
I can look
Put
it
in.
up.
Then we came back, and as they did their work, another pipe blew, and we had to replace not only the brand new motor in the new pump that we bought for an extensive amount of money, but we also had to replace the panel, the electronic panel in there, because all of that flooded, and that had been replaced only 2 years ago. And they said the reason it flooded was because a leak in a pipe where they just installed a valve. So they were going to come back, and basically they were going to redo everything in the vault and everything that was not a pipe actually buried in the ground. So they said the entire vault. Now I'm hearing that there was a pressure valve that was not replaced, that there was a U-shaped pipe coming from a pump or something that's now leaking, and that another leak was caused by them installing another valve. And that, is that what I'm hearing, Lynn?
What you're hearing is the PSI gauge was broken. It broke. And it shared.
But shouldn't it have been?
And where we're getting the PSI gauge replaced.
I know, but what I'm asking, and again, I'm not attacking you,
No,
Lynn. I'm angry at the history and the fact that we were led, this board was led to believe that there was nothing more that could break without us having to dig up the ground to find the break. And I feel lied to twice now, not from you, from people before you. And so how much? It's been $35,000 we put in the splash pad.
I don't know. I'd have to look.
That's approximately, with the brand new pump from Spees, all the work that PFS has done, and now we've got and several new folks who came through did what they could, but
So what's your point about moving forward? I mean, I understand that you're frustrated. We all are.
TNT,
What's TNT? Like blow it up?
I'm about ready to, but we can't afford to continue putting Band-Aids on a system that is constantly breaking down. Now, I would have thought with the last repair that it would have been essentially like a new system, but it's not working again. I can't again continue, even though we've invested so much, which just destroys me. I can't see putting more money towards a splash pad without any assurance. And the other thing, I spoke to the folks that deal with the Harmony West splash pad, which is a brand new splash pad. And they said it breaks down every other week.
Celebrations does too. The vault just flooded there, tore up everything. And they just put in their budget for this fiscal year, it was either shut it down or break it up and rebuild it. And they had not made a decision. They're like, you know, we don't know that we want to put another couple $100,000 splash pad, but if not, so they shut it down. They break constantly.
Well, but that had not been a problem until a couple of years ago when we started having issues, and I'm sure part of its age. I'm not ready to entirely give up on the splash pad. I also feel, very frustrated. I feel like we were assured that everything in the vault would be, was going to be ready.
I think your
to
best bet is to
go.
have the vendor come to your next meeting and go through. We can have all the invoices pulled. I can send a report to the board so you know what you've spent to date with whatever splash pad company, whatever's had anything to do with splash pad. You have those vendors come or at least join the call and you ask them, because the field team can only relay what the vendors tell them. Right. So, I think that's your biggest thing. We've spent X amount of money. You've evaluated this numerous times. This is what we've done. Now tell us. I think that's the only way you're really going to be able to understand, is to have these vendors come here and talk to them and ask them your questions.
Now, one of the things I asked at our last meeting was to reach out to the municipalities surrounding us that have experience with splash pads and other water features. Has that been done?
I reached out to Osceola County Parks and Rec. I talked to 2 gentlemen there, and they use a lot of the same companies. They didn't have anyone in specific that they used. Anyone new that we haven't tried. We've also sent Russ, who's been managing the splash pad and celebration for the last 28 years. We sent him out here to look at it. He agreed with the stuff that was being said. So, I mean, we've exhausted every avenue. And I don't know what else. It's frustrating, I know.
I guess the next question would be, again, we've been band-aiding, trying to fix.
Well, this last one wasn't a Band-Aid. We replaced it.
It was supposed to have been a whole new vault. It was supposed to, right?
Yeah.
I'm remembering this correctly, right? So in addition to bringing the vendors here, I'd also like to have some idea. They've got things, they're not fountain oriented play areas, but they are essentially where the water flows at a consistent rate, constantly up and through pipes and into buckets and things, and they tilt down. There's one on the lakefront in St. Cloud. If we could see what it would cost to convert our fountain splash pad into a different type, that type of recreation, a water play area. And whether or not that would deal with the same pumps and what is it, a VFD panel and everything else, or if that is more simplistic and easier to
More
maintain.
durable.
Okay. Do that.
That way we would know what our option is. In the meantime, Mo's gonna come out and look and figure out what happened
Yeah.
and why his perfectly replaced vault is leaking again.
Yeah, wasn't there like some kind of a maintenance agreement with that installation?
Yes.
So, I mean, do we have any kind of recourse or recovery if, you know, it's,
You do unless it's an extra bomb.
If I may comment. Again, he's coming out to fix PVC. I understand, I can feel your frustration and understand, and rightfully so. Okay. But for him to replace the PVC connection, you've already spent an enormous amount of money on trying to fix this. You have new parts, new pieces. As far as PVC pipe and the pressure gauge, you're talking about $150. Okay, you're talking about Mo coming out to replace the piping union, the wall, which he knows that was part of his connections, right?
That should have been
That
part of
he would
what,
be responsible for that repair.
right?
Okay, so that was the plan that I was moving forward with, unless the board advises otherwise.
however, from what I remember before the leak started, nobody could figure out why it didn't dance.
Well, it didn't vary. And there were
Right,
several.
which means it's not working properly.
And there were several jets around the backside that were not working,
Mhm.
4 or 5 of them.
You know, so even before this last round of leakage, it wasn't working right. We had a stagnant fountain and that was it. So
Well,
static.
static.
Well, no, I know, I mean, I saw it with my eyes, it briefly was, you know.
Very briefly.
dynamic,
Mhm.
Right? And it was there like a. I mean, I guess we'll go over this next week or next month with the vendor, I guess, but I mean,
Mhm.
was there like a sequence of failures where it had to be, you know, static and then died completely?
Well, the answer is that.
All right, I think we should move
Okay.
on.
Well, I want to give Lucas and Joe a chance if they have anything to interject.
I'm just totally frustrated with it. I don't have an answer either.
Lucas, do you have any ideas or comments?
Sorry, I got kicked off for a second. What was the last topic we were discussing?
We're dealing with the splash pad.
Oh, Jesus.
So what, I don't know if you heard what we're thinking about doing. They're going, Mo is supposed from PFS,
Okay.
who was supposed to completely make what's inside the vault brand new, is gonna come and repair the leaks and things. And the PSI valve, so about $150 worth of work he's estimating. But that still may not fix the whole problem. What we were asking is to have some different folks look at converting it from a fountain type splash pad to a child's water play area, like similar to the lakefront in St. Cloud. And to see if that's a less complex system and a less costly system to maintain.
Well, I would like Mo to go and look at it and try to fix it in the near term. I don't know if that's going to be a less costly option with the way we are with our finances. We could definitely get a quote and see what that looks like, but we need to get it running. I mean, it's been going on for 4 or 5 months now, on and off. So I'd say we go ahead and let Mo try to do what he can to fix it and get it up and running, and then, yeah, I mean, get an option to convert it, I guess. But I think it's good as it is, but I can always look into it.
Alrighty, so no action needed at this time. And we'll leave it in your hands.
Thank you.
Anything else from field at this point in time?
Well, I can make a comment on the grinds. There were some grinds that were supposed to be.
Looks
completed.
good.
There was 2 more spots that were supposed to be completed today, got wet, so they couldn't finish it yesterday. But that's that bad grass, so
Thank you.
I'll find out.
Yeah.
If they're done. If so, then that whole list is.
Okay. And a couple of months ago, our field, our conservationist, Catherine Bowman, was out and reviewed all the areas. She did find a lot of, fair amount of new growth in some of the areas. That information's been passed on to Brad Benson on staff, and he will be working to treat them. But again, he is reiterating that we all know the pace at which it grows is phenomenal. So just be aware that he's struggling to keep up with it all, but he is giving it a valiant effort. Any other field items you know of since Jason is not here?
I mean, no, I mean, you're all aware with the fencing, and that's been removed, disposed of.
Okay, that'll be later.
Right. And, you know, as it stands right now, there's not gonna be any finding to the district because the fence has been removed and taken care of.
The signs are down.
The signs are all removed. Had an email that say proposed, asked them to do that. That's about it.
Great.
So I would like to just inquire. We get these reports all the time, assigned to Infomark or assigned to Benchmark or whatever. We've said before, these reports are nice, but there are things I know that from months ago were on that report and have not been addressed. I mean, I can think of 2 just off the top of my head. For example, the power washing of the sign at the sundial, right? It's got black mold down it. It was probably 4 or 5 months ago that it was reported that needed to be addressed. Also, the clock tower that now houses the bat house, that needed power washing. It's probably from March or April that was in the list. I'm sure there's many items in the list that have just, it's one thing to make a list of things that need to be addressed. It's another to actually address them. So personally, I would like to see more of a spreadsheet about with these items and when they were completed. Because if we just keep on getting a list, but things don't get completed, what's the point of making the list?
Is the shared doc or drive that you guys were doing, has that not been being kept updated?
I don't even know what the link is to access it.
It was
That was,
Vincent. We can check it at the end of the meeting and see
okay. Yeah, because that's where
we
to your
were
point,
supposed to
where
be
it's
doing that.
supposed to be updated of the projects and when the completion dates and all that. So
It'd be
that has
helpful if
fallen off.
it'd be helpful if that link under field services was just in the agenda each month so that we could take a look at it.
We can absolutely do that. If the board's okay with that, we can do that.
Great.
I would like to see it.
Okay. Any other comments? Oh, and I had put in the request that make sure they save the sign posts. Those are the architecturally
That's what I
designed
asked for
posts.
last time, but I was voted down.
Well, yeah, you asked to leave them up and then she wasn't here at that meeting. And then she had said, whoa, wait a minute, can we at least keep them? I know that was voted to take the whole entire thing down.
And throw it away because we didn't
Right.
have storage.
Correct. And
So
that's
we
what
need
she's
to,
talking about.
we need to amend or revise that vote here because the vote was to discard. So I move that we rescind the vote. Can I?
It has to be someone on the prevailing side to bring it back to the board.
I mean, is that what happened? I mean, the signs had been taken down.
Right.
And then we still have the posts and we have a place to store them?
So the board voted
Yes,
to take the entire sign down, post and all, and discard them.
yes,
So they were taken down.
yes.
Teresa asked, she reached out and said, can you at least keep these posts? They're architectural posts, just keep them instead of throwing them away. And to my knowledge, the field staff has done that.
Right.
I know.
And-
It's been sent to them to understand.
And I think Brad confirmed.
They're still
it.
there. Yeah, they were there on Sunday.
Mhm.
I
So
confirmed.
if they
That's
have
nice.
a place to store the posts from the old signs, that's not gonna be a cost or hardship, then I would,
You'll ask to
Yeah,
be for
I'll ask.
reconsideration.
yes. Of
Okay.
that, of
So
that,
would you
yes.
like to make that motion
Uh,
to,
I will move to reconsider that, or would it be to amend, to save?
Make a new
the-
motion.
you could make a new motion to save the,
I move to
Posts.
preserve, I move to save the posts from the signs.
Do we need to rescind the previous vote?
I think at this point, I mean, I
They've
don't
already been
know
taken
if you
down.
have formally adopted Robert's rules or not. All my districts, I say we don't formally adopt them for
They
this
don't have
reason.
them here.
So I think if you say, I move to modify the last motion that was
concerning the
passed,
signs.
so that we're gonna go ahead and keep the post.
So move.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Garden shed. Maybe you can find room
The
there.
garden shed said they would offer when it's built. Storage area. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Lucas?
Lucas?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank
Aye.
you. It's
Sorry.
hard to get that mute off. Okay,
Yeah.
all, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We will be saving those posts because they have a lot of different uses.
One more question.
Yes, ma'am.
Where is it here? Oh, we had discussed boulders long ago to help protect the ribbon curbs. I had reached out because that was back in April or May. It's now September. I had reached out and asked Lynn what the status was. And he said the chair requested by email that children at play signs be installed instead. Jason and his team have the signs. These are to be installed. I don't have a date on this, but.
That's been a long time ago too.
Yeah.
We did, Jason and I were going, Jason asked that I join him to show him where the boulders should be placed. We went around to those areas that were of concern where there's like a T or a sharp turn where we do have ribbon curbs. We noticed in 2 locations, there had been no damage to landscaping or anything ever because they had someone, I don't know if it was the past CDD, had placed, there was a directional sign and then a children at play sign in 2 locations that would prevent a vehicle from going over the ribbon curb and the grass. So we talked about it, wanted to bring it back to the board. Those placement of those signs will serve the same purpose as the boulders, but a lot less expensively. And we have seen the boulders actually moved by the big roofing shingle delivery trucks, and which would mean that our staff would have to try and go out and wrestle those boulders back in place, which I don't think would be a task we really want them to do because it's a very heavy lifting task.
So what happens to the signs when those
The
roofing
signs,
companies come through?
if they hit them, they will significantly damage their vehicle. Instead of just driving over boulders, they'll actually hit them. And then we'd have to replace the post. But that would be a lot less expensive. So if the board would consider that in place of, I'm not sure, we were gonna try out in a couple of places the signs. I don't think they've been up yet, but it appears to be a good working solution for that. And that should, the staff that's there now should be able to get that up real quickly.
Well, apparently they've already been purchased because Lynn's email said that they already have them. So apparently a decision was made and signs were purchased.
That is correct.
So do we need to vote on anything here?
I think it would be a good idea because I think we did vote. Did we vote on the boulders?
Yes, the boulders were voted to be put in, and the vote was Supervisor Castle was to meet with Jason, walk the areas and determine what type of boulder were going to be placed there. And also there was a few comments of places that boulders could be obtained. So that was the conversation and the vote.
Right, and then I followed up several times. Jason emailed me some photos from which I could not determine the size of the boulders. There was no, something of a estimatable size next to them that I could say, oh, okay, these are this big and those are this big and those are that big. So, and then the next thing I heard when I followed up was that you had met with Jason and signs had already been ordered and the board had not been consulted. So I would just request that the board be included, and I will, since the signs have already been bought and it seems like a reasonable change, in addition to my request that the board be consulted before something is done, I will move to revise my vote to purchase boulders to instead approve the purchase of children at play signs to be installed by the ribbon curbs.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Do I hear any further discussion?
About how much these signs cost a piece?
So like, I don't know.
Wait, low enough that they're able to be bought
Yeah,
without
it was like
the board.
$15
They're
a
like,
piece.
I thought they were 12.
They're not custom.
$13.
Yeah,
Plus
they're
the
not.
post.
Even provided some website that, we were looking at fast signs and then a website, we found them fairly inexpensive. To get the team.
It was a stopgap. If we couldn't get the boulders or a boulder decision was not made, something needs to go in to prevent our ribbon curbs from coming apart.
Yes, but meanwhile, it's been 5 months they've been in and nothing's there.
That's right. And
So we have a motion and a second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I
All right. All opposed, hearing none, motion passes unanimously to substitute children at play signs for boulders in an effort to prevent large vehicles from, or any vehicles from rolling over our ribbon curbs and landscaping. Thank you. Okay.
Please
next-
get those signs up quickly.
Yes,
I'm sending.
message. Anything else on, you said you might have a couple of things for
Any
field.
supervisor's requests.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Anyone else have anything for field? Hearing none, we'll move on. Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn.
You're welcome.
To our district engineer.
Watch your head, David.
Good evening, everyone. David Hamster, the district engineer. I have 6 items to go over this evening. I've got to make them quick. First one is 5 Oaks Drive flooding that we brought up during the public comments, and it was brought up also last meeting. We have done what we call a hydraulic ray line analysis to see the capacity of the pipe versus the area that's getting to it. And the current pipes that are in the ground are too small to convey the water that's getting into the pipes. Hence the reason we're having, I call it surcharging at the sag of the system. The pipes vary in size from 15 to 18 inches only. Roughly gets about 2 acres of land that gets to it. And that system is controlled by one of the ponds within the golf course. So similarly to what we're doing for other CDDs, whether or not you're interested in upsizing 1 or 2 segments of the pipes to improve the capacity, to address the localized flooding issue within the right of way. And if you are, I can give you a cost estimate for the next meeting, but we did finish the analysis and the pipes are too small.
What was that? A hydraulic?
Hydraulic grade line analysis. I will send you the actual document that Greg had prepared. We've got figures and exhibits and computations, so.
And what size pipe is recommended to be
And it'll
installed?
probably go from an 18 to at least a 24, and then the 15 may go to an 18. But it's easy when you cross the golf course because it's open space. When you start getting within the right of way, that's when the costs escalate quickly. So we'll look at if we upsize the pipe from the road to the pond, that'll go a long way of improving the capacity, or if we have to do another run of pipe within the right of way. But I can provide those costs for next meeting.
And this is the CDD's responsibility. There's nobody else that could be responsible.
Being a county road.
It was designed, permitted, built per the plans. I think it's been too many years to go back to the engineer record.
The county roads and bridges typically will come out and do, if it's actually in the roadbed itself, they'll change out the pipe there. But anything outside of that falls to us, is my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
So that means that the county might then do the under the road portion and we would just have to.
Possible. Yeah, I would have to give the analysis, make sure they concur with our findings, and they're willing to share the cost.
Which one are you talking about right now?
This is the.
Five Oaks flooding.
It's 3.
Number 3. I'm sorry. I missed it.
Sorry, I was bouncing
It's
around.
okay. You jumped around. Sorry.
I would like to hear both whether the county would shoulder the cost for replacing piping under the road, and then also what it would cost the CDD to replace the piping to the pond, from the road to the pond, from the edge of the road to the pond.
Okay, so you'll bring that back next month.
Yeah, whether they're willing to cooperate or share the load and bring back the approximate cost on your end if they are.
Right.
Okay.
And playing devil's advocate here for a minute. So knowing that it's a pipe capacity issue, if we did have a major rain event, is that just telling us that it would be a longer time for it to drain to a safer passage level, or is there also an increased risk of it being clogged, being the smaller pipe and being a much longer duration issue? Like, I live on dark sky. We have CDD properties back there that if there is a heavy rain, it might flood. It might even get into some people's backyards, but in a matter of hours, it is able to. Right. So are you, with that analysis, is there anything that would tell us like what's the cost of not acting? And like if we do have a major rain event, is it just it would be there for like 3 hours versus 1 hour if we replaced it? It wouldn't back up at all if we replaced it.
Or
Is there
6
that-
hours versus 24 hours.
Right. Is there that kind of analysis?
So there's two things. That depends heavily on the pond it's discharging to.
Right.
So we gotta make sure that pond is okay and working like it should.
Mhm.
Since they are small diameter pipes, the tree is lined with a bunch of trees. We assume the pipes are clean. They could be partially clogged, which could make the matters worse. Because the storm event we look at is not what you guys been getting. You're getting less events.
Right.
That's leading to it. So it leads me to believe, even though they cleaned it, there might be issues inside the pipes. The last thing we look at is the capacity of the inlets. Are the inlets too small to capture what's coming to it? So those will all be brought forward to the county and then just see if they're willing to cooperate. They were very helpful in the estates when an issue was going on. I'll reach out to the same gentleman and just see if we can get some dialogue going with that. So.
We have that same issue right where Catbrier comes into the Five Oaks roundabout. It's on actual Catbrier. And even in a small storm event,
I sent a
that
picture
backs
of
up there too. So if we're gonna have people out here working, we may want to look at that one too.
And we may also, I don't know if it pays, to have APS do a camera view of the pipes from the pond to, from wherever, where we have, to see if there's blockage of the pipes. And maybe those blockages, maybe there's trees that need to be removed or whatever, but I don't know if you need to replace the pipes anyway.
Well, they can tell us that there's root intrusion. They can tell us if the joints have separated and there's dirt coming into the pipe. So we can do a closed circuit televised camera inspection. They're pretty much, they'll block the end, pump the pipe out dry, run the camera through there, and then see
But
if
my-
there's
I'm
other
sorry.
issues.
My question is, in paying for that, if they find stuff, are we gonna have to replace the pipe anyway? In other words,
Depends on condition.
is that, like a redundant expense to do that?
No, that'll cost you probably, if I'm guessing from the work they're doing for Vista Lakes, $2,000 to $3,000. So it's a good X-ray what's going on underneath if you don't see.
Would that maybe, if there were blockages that were able to be repaired versus a full replacement, that might tell us that? Or is that
Well, if the
not
joints are
enough?
bad, you can do joint repair, but we're still saying the pipe is too small.
Right,
So,
yes.
But I'm not recommending we replace the entire system, maybe just the downstream end. So if I know we're gonna make it bigger, I'm not sure if it's worth the camera work on the downstream end, but maybe the upstream end where I don't plan on touching it. The upstream end is the sump or the sag of the area that floods.
Mhm.
And then it kind of bucks grade and goes to the pond. So,
But it never used to, right?
well, that's why you
But-
could have something going on we don't know about, which is like a root intrusion.
Which is
Or-
why I'm suggesting it, but so.
But I don't know if this additional development out on this end contributes at all. Or if it would even get down there. I don't know what the grade
It doesn't
change
take much to
is.
tip the scales on a 12, 15 inch pipe. They're not.
So in other words, it's too small, but it was getting by for a while until we.
I mean, there could be a soccer ball in there for all you know. I mean, there's just things happen. I've seen strange things stuck in there by
Well,
accident. So
Maybe worth getting a quote to have a camera study done.
Well, and our district manager can go ahead and approve if it's under $5,000. Oh, quits. She doesn't want to take responsibility. So maybe we can get that done before it comes back
Yeah.
next month. Because we'd want to move pretty quickly or at least know for our budget wise pretty quickly. What costs we may be looking at here and at the
As long as the board-
Cat Briar.
If that's what you want, then I can definitely do that.
If it's a reasonable amount, we want it scoped
Mhm.
first and. Because that could possibly prevent us from having to dig a
At
lot
their
of.
expense later.
Who put that in?
Developer.
Should they have put in a bigger one? And you're-
I'm sure their engineer's gonna come back and say it's properly sized, you know, and there's modeling has its assumptions you gotta make.
And it was 20 years ago.
Mm.
Standards change. Rainfall conditions are changing, if you believe in it or not, but we're getting more intense storms. So when you get that rapid runoff off the pavement, it overloads the inlets and it does eventually drain, but it could be unsettling for those trying to drive through it, so.
So this is just one of those things that it's not really anyone's fault, it just needs to be taken care of.
I think so from what I think Teresa shared with me a month ago, photographs from what I heard from the gentleman behind me. And I think it was reported last meeting as well, so.
Right, I mean, we can't lay the blame at anyone's feet though, so to speak.
It could, but
It's probably without recourse.
Yeah.
At 20 years later, it might.
Well, actually, it's less. It's
It's
probably
less.
only like 12 or 13 years because it was a dirt road,
Right.
not, for a long time. Wasn't really until they started working it.
It's gonna be an uphill battle if it was permitted and approved by the government agencies. I mean, that's going to be a defense people are gonna
Yeah.
All right, should we move on?
All right, item number 2 is the survey proposal for the I call Lakeshore Park, you guys call it Buck Park, but Lakeshore Park survey proposal for the potential future community maintenance facility.
Right.
I walked it on Labor Day, checked the statewide contour maps to the actual conditions. It differs enough that I'm not comfortable doing construction plans based on a aerial topo. There's also 3 abandoned electrical systems that are out there from the school. Depending where we shift this footprint, we want to make sure we get the grading right to meet ADA criteria when we do the sidewalk. So it's just good practice to do work based on a survey, not an aerial map if we can avoid it.
Which is the proposal?
How much the proposal is?
Which we haven't seen yet. Proposal.
Been submitted to the group, like, anyways, it's $3,986.
And
No.
that's to do a survey.
It's a topographic survey to locate utilities, all above ground features, all designated areas by utility providers. And then we will take that and do the construction plans if that location moves forward. So,
Now, how much is, is that for the whole parcel or just for that?
no bottom answers.
All right.
Yeah. You've got your microphone in.
What is cross-hatched in red is the limits of the survey, and I know somebody's gonna say, we don't need an area that big. But once the surveyor's out there, they're mobilized and they get the vertical control to go out there it's not a big, huge deal. It's getting out there and setting the control. So, here's the asphalt parking lots. There's 1, 2, 3 electrical service issues. We know this thing's gonna move depending on.
Possibly. We have a whole section of the community who doesn't want it to move back. Dan has mentioned moving it back, so that's something we have to
When I
discuss.
was out there, people stopped and asked, what you doing? They didn't want to, so I'm not here to pick and choose the location.
Right. I
Um,
just,
So it's a broad window topographically, utility wise. We know we had the fire hydrant at the exit that was brought up during our pre-application meeting. So what you see in red is a big blanket depending on where this thing's gonna morph. Fencing, grading, sidewalk, this whole sidewalk has got to be blown up and redone. It's all busted up from the trees. We know the asphalt, the concrete pad there is not salvageable. So we just did a big area not knowing where this thing's gonna gravitate to based on public feedback, so.
And this is why when we had this conversation several months ago and we had an $88,000 cost at Buck Lake versus a $300-something thousand cost over on Five Oaks, I said, I believed that that was a very significant underestimate of the costs. So now we were talking, 88 or 100,000, but now we're talking another 20, 30, 40,000 to rip up all the concrete and relay sidewalks and relay the pad. And so,
Well, some of that was in there, Carol. I mean, it wasn't just,
Yeah.
we didn't price it, just dropping exactly there.
yeah, that
was-
would have been
I mean,
$20,000.
Greg included, that being redone. Because we knew that was in bad condition, some of the sidewalks leading to it, he could see from Google Earth needed to be worked, so there's some contingencies in there for the unknown, so I won't be coming back at you and saying it's gonna be 200,000 when we're done. But hearing the public, hearing the discussions internally with you guys, I don't know where this thing's gonna move to, so that's why I decided to cast a wide net for the surveyor. I can make it out narrower and may drop it $500. I figured really at this point, since we don't know where this thing's going, the $4,000 would be well spent at this
And that
point.
would benefit any other future use of that property as well.
Yeah, whatever you guys decide to put there, whatever else, a new splash pad. So.
I'm wondering if, always love his jokes and so dry. He delivers them so
I
dry.
got a couple more, trust me.
So I'm wondering if what the cost would be to create a rendering of what this facility might look like that could possibly allay the fears of many residents. Because I know that, people are, I know the dumpster is an issue, how that is going to be addressed. Now, obviously, the dumpster is not going to be visible. It's going to be within fencing, and in front of the fencing is going to be landscaping. So the fencing will be somewhat camouflaged and the dumpster won't be visible. but how, will we manage the smells? How will we manage the possibility of wildlife? Just let me finish. Okay. How will we address the concerns about the appearance and it affecting the, you know, a sort of look of that more natural area? I will say, for those people who are listening, that parcel was always, from the get-go, since 2004, when I first moved here, that parcel was quite possibly going to be developed into commercial. So it's not as though that parcel was supposed to remain undeveloped. That parcel was always slated for some kind of development, and it was mixed use. So that, because originally I remember they were talking about putting like a bar, like a restaurant bar there. And it's one of the reasons I didn't buy the parcel right there at that corner. That's now what we call the bed and breakfast, or the, what do we call it, Motel 8. Just to, you know, put a little perspective on it, that parcel was always slated for development, and it was never slated to remain green space. But I would like to see some kind of rendering that we can share with our residents who are going to be putting out money for this, right? Their money is going into this, so that we can kind of allay the concerns about it, and also what we do about the dumpster. And I'm done.
Okay. I wanted to mention the dumpster. When June and I were discussing it, I reassured her that what we can do, one, it would be totally fenced with an opaque, obscure, probably a white privacy fence like you see in a lot of areas. In addition, as far as the dog waste, we can arrange for the pickup of that dumpster to be right after the dog waste pickup. We don't have to say, okay, we pick up the dog waste every Tuesday, and if the dumpster is emptied on Fridays, then you're just going to have to suffer with the smell. No, we have flexibility, and we can do things that can allay some of those concerns.
Speaking of flexibility, the dumpster now is in the, the storage area, right back from the garden. Right? Yeah. Wouldn't it be possible for just field staff, as they, work through the day, to, have like a, 55-gallon drum or something like that, more than just not, why can't the permanent dumpsters stay where it is now and just have it be filled up at the end of the day?
Part of the community maintenance facility. I don't know if the county would allow us to put it somewhere else, but I would not. I mean, they shudder when they hear anything going down there. I mean,
There's something down there now.
About
and the garden needs a dumpster on its own, doesn't it? No.
Well,
Should have said yes, Marilyn.
It's not a building, it's not an inhabited structure.
But it's a very large truck going up and down that road. And it does a lot of damage to that road.
Well, at least asking.
Well, what I was going to ask, and again, this is kind of in the middle of Harmony, but it's not next to any houses. I don't know if the county would allow us to have a dumpster off-site, but we could propose it when we send in the site development plan for approval. Where we were first talking about putting the possible field services, which is right there on the stub out where the apartments are going.
I don't think they're going to allow, because I don't think the county would allow us, because, yeah.
Right. And we control that property, and that's the one that goes right off of 5 Oaks, halfway between the condo townhomes and the town square.
I would like to ask Mike about that and what his thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, we would just have to make sure that the use is consistent with the county code.
Yeah.
We have to follow the code.
And again, I don't know if the county will let us move the dumpster anywhere but right near right where the facility is. That's typically a requirement of the site plan for facility.
And what is that space when you come out schoolhouse, going towards the dog park, just to the right of the school? There's a cutout area with some kind of.
Oh, that's a station,
A lift station for
thank you.
Toho.
Yeah, for water.
And also down there, you're right on top of anywhere other than right there. If you come closer to the school, you're on the gas transmission.
Oh, I thought maybe you could go right in that little.
Yeah, but it's all wetlands there as well.
Alright. And, are there problems where the dumpster is now?
It's part of the community maintenance facility and it's gotta go.
No, I meant, are there problems with rats and smells and that type of thing?
I don't know. Are there rats in there?
I've not seen rats, but the smell can get pretty bad.
How often does it get emptied?
I don't know.
Again, that's, if we're going to put it up here, we're going to have to control when it's emptied, when waste is put in it, and that's no question. I don't think any of us want
Oh, sure.
adverse
And the
effects
thing
from the
when
dumpster.
Dog waste is picked up, because that's.
We got to
the thing that
coordinate it
smells
with the, mhm.
But that could be sealed into something before it's thrown in also.
Mhm.
There are things to dissolve it, you know, so like getting some barrels with tight lids. I mean, there's other things we can do, I think.
So we would have to do whatever is appropriate to address that.
Make sure there's no other choice from the county.
Right, so that would be a question.
That's
what
I would say too, let's do an exhaustive.
Okay, we can't take
Audience.
public audience participation, I'm sorry.
You can email us after the meeting or call us on the telephone and we can talk to you about during the meeting.
So
It's government rules, we don't make the rules.
guys, the other thing we can do is try and minimize, find out exactly what size we need. And, you know, I think we have a really small one anyway. It's not one of the monster ones. But we can see what the different sizes are to minimize that, so. But that. So the survey, you said it wouldn't drop if we cut that down to about 10% of what that area is.
I mean, it's 4,000 now, if we cut it 10%, maybe.
Well, but we're not going to change anything. So again, I think somebody mentioned we could use that. We've found it valuable to use our surveys
Having one for that other.
in the future. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the one that Greg did for the other
Right.
location, we already had a topo survey that was done, that was helpful.
Okay.
Where's the proposal? Oh, so this is a subcontractor?
That's the surveyor one of the two surveyors we use.
Okay, this isn't Johnston.
No.
No,
That's not
we needed
sense.
something quick, into the meeting, so I reached out to Southeastern instead, so.
Move to approve the SSMC quote or bid for $3,986 for a topographic survey of the portion of VC1 or VC10, I think it's called, that is hash marked on the drawing that David,
Which is also in the back of the proposal.
which is in the proposal.
Yeah.
VC1.
VC10.
VC1. I'm sorry, it's
VC10.
VC1. No, it's not. It's on the plat and on all the deeds as VC1. The tax collector's office just put a zero, or
Yeah.
property appraiser's office put a 0 on the end.
It's here too. And I was always calling it VC1 and was corrected to 10. Anyway, move to approve.
But you were right the first.
I'll second.
Here we have a motion and a second to accept the proposal to survey the lakefront lot VC1, the portion hash marked for an amount of
3986.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Yeah, it's me.
You're opposed? Lucas, are you for or against the survey?
Against.
Against, okay. So on a vote of 4-1 with Lucas Chaconis, opposing the motion is approved to complete topographic survey.
All right, item number 3, these are a little quicker. 3136, dark sky swale issue with the pool contractor. Lynn forwarded me the response from the pool contractor. It appeared from his language, he's absolutely no mood to let this further because he thought it was resolved with Gerhard many years ago. I don't know if you just want to leave it alone or tackle it as a CDD to regrade it if there really is a problem, but there didn't seem to be any openness to get this resolved, so.
So didn't we have this CDD field staff?
It's a different one. This is the one closer in. You can see it if you walk the sidewalk back behind Dark Sky. And you can see the slope coming down from the pool. It's a regatta pool. And there's a pretty hefty amount of water ponding behind it. And you can, and from there you can actually see the inlet. You can see the slope that should be there, but this sloping of dirt blocks the flow.
It could be corrected. It's whether or not we as a group do it or whether you go back to regatta and keep fighting it.
Was the CDD
His
field staff, wait, can you finish my question? Was the CDD field staff's remedy for the other location successful?
Yes.
So I suggest that we just have field services address it and see if they can correct it.
That or element PJ, the guy we keep using for the small projects. I mean, you can knock that out quickly and not put the burden on field services to get a tractor or grade all and do that kind of work. But I can get a quote from PJ with Element Environmental that we use all the time for the small scale stuff.
Okay, and we do have the tractor that needs a little exercise, so either one, will just let me know what the costs are and we'll go from there. Okay, and the other thing I do want to put on the record is that the information that the developer from Regatta Pools provided was not accurate. It's not been 3 years. I admit it has been 2 because I've got pictures and
I did a recommendation for him to do it in 2021.
Exactly. So, I mean, this is not, he should step forward and do it. But again, if we had a staff member on board then that let it go through, there's not a whole lot we can do about it now.
Right, item number 4, you asked about the cattails. So I talked to the water quality expert in the Southeast United States, and he says there's several detrimental things that cattails bring. They do shed their coating, I guess, annually, so that creates a muck layer, which increases the nutrient loading. They tend to crowd out the good desirable species that should be in there, and they tend to colonize during dry periods when the lake water goes down, and they can take over actually an entire wet pond. So it is something that left uncontrolled, it can basically both quality and quantity impact the pond. So I know you see the one when you come in, Teresa, that we looked at a couple weeks ago from the golf course. That one's getting quite extensive. So I don't know if you want to reach out to Catherine's guy who's doing the climbing firm to do that work, or if there's other guys that can do removal, not killing, because you're going to kill it. It's going to go to the bottom and have it. So that does the removal. So let me know how you want to, as a board, once you handle that one.
So yeah, we could get 3 quotes. I'm sure there are several groups that do that kind of work. Get 3 quotes on the removal. And again, those are, I don't know that any of our ponds have it. It's mainly those golf course ponds that are right up there between 5 Oak and 192 on the west side of Town Square.
Just for those people who may have been in the north lived in the north where cattails are something you really want because the common reed Phragmites is taking over everything and pushing out the cattails. It's a different story here in Florida. They're more invasive. They are causing problems here. Unfortunately, I wish we could just dig them out and ship them up north, but that's not really an option.
Okay. So next month is.
Hey,
Yes, sir.
go upstairs and take a shower now.
Lucas, we can hear you.
Sorry.
Okay, there was one more thing you had.
Yeah, I got two more.
But-
So
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
item number 5 has to do with the site plan be given to the county on the shed building for Garden Road.
Garden shed, yeah, it's
Garden
not a
shed.
maintenance.
Sorry, not a maintenance building, it's
Just
a garden shed. Teresa added some valuable input on the location, Greg made the changes already, so that package is ready to give it to the person at the county, Lynn, to get them back in a happy place, so.
Yeah, it has to go, it needs to go in with our building permit application. And I don't think we have the engineered drawings yet for the building permit, do we, Lynn? We're still waiting on a contract. Okay. Well, yeah, if you'll give us a brief update, can we? Well, I asking our current presenter if it's okay to, or if you want to go on the last one, or can he quickly give us an update on
I
that?
don't mind.
Okay.
And the last thing I was gonna get with Mike, we are merging with Benchmark next month.
So we could have a couple more. Is that the last?
I think that's it.
There might be one more, so.
Okay.
Gotta wait. Thank you.
All right. Glenn, if you want to tell us where the garden shed is at this time?
Yeah, at this point, then back and forth, we come back around to this. So, the board approved, the shed purchase with EverSafe in summary. They're a project manager. And Carports Anywhere is the manufacturer and installer. So between last meeting and now, we found this information out. I worked with council to get the agreement revised, shared this also with the chair. Sent it back to them to review and sign. We wanted to be on section 2B of the agreement, which is the commencement start and anticipated start and end date for installation of the shed. At this point, they got it back, they signed it, but they won't fill in the 2B section for the start and end because the building hasn't been ordered, which is in my mind kind of backwards, and I'll let council speak to that. Was looking for them to put an anticipated date of start and end, even if it's slightly exaggerated, because there's a whole process of getting the building permit and getting the drawings together. There's 6 to 8 week lead time. So at this point, I turned it back to district council and asked for some advice. They're not going to fill that information in until the building is ordered, the permitting process is started, and
Just for us to put a deposit in, or
period.
purchase the whole.
To do the whole thing, it was encompassing of the deposit. Which in turn gives us the signed and sealed engineer plans that we need. And it also includes a final payment, which isn't due until they actually bring the building and install the building, which is the balance due was $5,016, if I remember correctly. So we're at an impasse. At this point, I'd bring it back to the board and decide what, and ask what you want to do at this point. I'll let Mike briefly speak on this, if you wouldn't mind to summarize.
Yeah,
I just said.
And Lynn's been working really hard on this and communicating with Kate in my office, and I am always hesitant to have you sign a contract that has no completion date. So you're gonna pay money and you have no assurances as to the date that it's completed, and therefore, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm sorry, I meant to talk after you were done,
Oh,
but
okay.
I'm wondering if we can have something in, instead of like a drop dead completion date, a date, like a period after the permit is obtained that they would fill out, right? So we don't know when the permit's gonna come, and that may be part of their hesitation in putting a date there. But maybe if we amend it to say, and maybe it says it now, because I haven't seen it, maybe it says, you know, that the contractor will install within 6 weeks, will complete their installation within 6 or 8 weeks after the permit is received.
Right, and who's doing the permitting? Is that you or is that them?
No, we
We're
are.
doing the permitting, they're doing the drawing.
Correct.
Okay, so then they do the drawings, and yeah, I mean, you can do that if the board's comfortable with it, say, if we're doing the permitting.
Mhm.
Say from the issuance of the permit, you get it done within so many days.
Well, and hold on, because if we have to put in a pad, do we have to put in a pad for
Yes.
it? So after permitting is done and the installation of the pad, because they could balk at that. So anything we need to do, make the date, I don't know, 6 or 8 weeks after those requirements are done, maybe they will not balk at that.
You need to have a start date within so many days of when the pad is done, because the pad's gonna come after the permitting, I'm assuming.
Yes, that'll be the first step.
So within so many days, and then it has to be completed within so many days after the, you know, that required start date. I mean, that's fine. We're happy to do that, but what we were getting was, we're not gonna agree to anything because we just don't know. And so,
The one thing I would do also, if try them out with that, but I also want a date where we could get the engineering, because they're providing the engineering. And I don't want them to not provide the engineering so that the start date for the for after the permitting never kicks in.
which is
So,
why it's always better just to have some liberal dates in there that are more from this point.
but if this would make them feel
Yeah,
better.
maybe we say that they will provide the engineering drawings to us within 1 week after we place the order.
Pay
Say,
the deposit,
Yeah.
which is 11/26, so that's
Right.
what, that'd be your first
Let's run it
out
by
of
them
pocket.
that way.
Okay, I think we can
Yeah,
work
we'll
that.
take care of that. But again, I couldn't have nothing.
Right. Thank you for the update. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Next item on our agenda is our district council's report.
Yeah, I have
Yes, several items.
3 items on the agenda and then one that's just really more of an informational request. The first one is discussion of a prior conveyance to the district back in 2019. The district took some land, that took a conveyance of some land that was subject to debt assessments. However, those debt assessments were not paid off by the seller and they weren't paid off by the CDD at the time. So the CDD technically owns land that used to have a debt assessment on it. And what we pledged to our bondholders is the debt assessments. And so what the district has been doing is the district has been paying the annual assessment for that parcel, which raises an inconsistency with your master trust indenture that we've got to solve. And this is something that came to light from my review of a note in the audit. And again, it wasn't a finding of the audit that anything's been done wrong. It was just something I was like, well, first of all, CDD's properties aren't subject to lien. So you don't have a debt assessment lien because of that. And second of all, when you own a property, you can't also have a lien on your own property because it all merges and you get the whole bundle of rights of ownership. So where we're at today is you really have 2 options to fix this. And in fact, these options were discussed some time ago with your prior counsel, who said he talked to bond counsel about this, but I have no way of verifying that. Either the district would have to pay the remaining debt assessment on the property, or we would have to engage bond counsel and attempt to negotiate an agreement with the trustee and the bondholders, so that you could substitute a contractual obligation to pay an amount equal to the assessment for the debt assessment lien. Because right now you've told the bondholders you've got a debt assessment lien on all the property when they really don't at this point in time. The district doesn't have a lien on that property. So Those are your two options to fix it. Angel has done some more research on this. I will tell you that, paying the remaining amount is certainly going to have the least amount of transaction costs. If you want to do it that way. If you want to try to work out an agreement where you're just paying on an annual basis, you've got to track down the bondholders, which there may be one or there may be 100. And then you've got to engage bond counsel to help with that as well. So those are your two options. Happy to talk about either one of them more, but Angel has some more information I think she wanted to present to the board.
So this is the paper you have in front of you. What this also, so this is two parts, right? This is, number one, this is your financial standing right now. As it sits right now. As of August 23, the number at the top, that's what you have currently. In your reserves, you currently have $60,440. And these are the things that are still remaining that need to come out of that top number there. You've got your accounts payable, you've got the trustee fees that have to be paid, the remaining amount needed for fiscal year 23 to finish out, even though there is only one more week, but stuff kind of comes in late. We haven't paid the landscaper, those types of things. That is a very conservative number. And then there's the money set aside that has been set aside from day one of this transaction for VC1. So in orange, you'll see that's the payoff. And Leah gave me that payoff today. So if we were to do all of these things, that leaves you with the last number at the bottom remaining available for first quarter of 2024, which will be short because typically we run about 200 to 250 a month for expenditures. Okay, so, and I've talked to Mike about this and he can update you on that as well. You have the money to pay off VC10 without going into reserves and that type of thing. However, I talked to our accounting and the finance director before I came here today, and he had asked, yes, you have the money to pay it off. You absolutely do. But if council is okay and the board is okay, he would recommend, because we are going to be so tight getting to the end of this year and getting into the first quarter, if you would make that payment in late December. Again, Mike and I talked about it previously before the meeting started, and to get it cleaned up, you know, before the end of the calendar year. And I'll let Mike give his opinion on that, which to me, with the holidays and stuff, I would say if the board does approve that and Mike says it's okay, I would go back and tell Stephen that we need to write that check before the holidays. So I would say mid-December, so that way it is actually cleaned up by the end of the fiscal year. Or the calendar year, sorry.
I'm wondering, this has been going on since 2019. What, can we just continue doing what we've been doing?
I'll let Mike.
Yeah, in my opinion, that was a mistake in 2019. And it's not consistent with the bond covenant that you have in place under your master trust indenture. And so when I discovered it, my recommendation is you fix it, not keep doing what you've been doing, which is again inconsistent with your master trust indenture. And where this can be a problem is if you ever go to refinance your bonds and things like that, you have to make various assurances when you refinance that you complied with your trust indenture obligations before and things of that nature. So I think it is something that needs to be fixed in one of those two options. I can't recommend to you to do something that's inconsistent with the indenture.
And I will tell you, to tag on to what Mike just said, I reached out, I've been trying to piece this together for a while. I did reach out to Ackerman, which was the original bond counsel on the 2015 bonds, which this track was a part of. So I reached out to them just to get some history and background. And I have his email in front of me. We concur with Mike Eckert. The CDD cannot impair its bond obligations by purchasing property subject to assessments without paying off the assessments. And it goes on. The bottom line is he's saying, and I also followed up with a phone call this morning, he's not surprised that it happened. However, it's not permissible and you are in default is essentially what he said. And it can get very costly if bondholders come or somebody does something, it can get very costly. So he does concur with council. And he also told me that he wasn't, or Ackerman, I will say, was not consulted back when this was done. And that was just a question I was asking myself. Because your minutes reflected that your current council did reach out to bond counsel. So I assumed, my own assumption, that it would have been like the original bond counsel, that they have no record of that. Not to say it didn't happen or who they reached out to, I don't know, but he recommends also paying it off and not going down the process of trying to get the bondholders, because it's going to be very time consuming and very costly. He's saying at the minimum, you're looking at $40,000, but he expects that the process would take a lot longer and will very much exceed that cost to be able to do that.
So I'm still very confused by these numbers. I don't really know what they mean. I look at the balance sheet, and when I look at the balance sheet shows me that we have 500, as of August 1st, we still have $554,000 in operating, in unassigned fund balance. So I don't know, I don't understand.
That was in August, so we had stuff come out already from September, right? We haven't seen the September financials, which is why those numbers don't tie. That's why I had this done. This is done as of today. These are your actual numbers as of today.
Yeah, but they're not lining up. Like
No,
it's not a
just
balance sheet.
summary.
I don't really understand what these numbers are. I don't feel comfortable making a decision tonight. I want more time to look at this and understand what's going on. I don't understand why it says the debt service is 319 here, but here the payoff is 230.
Well, because I think they're also kind of accruing for interest, because you do have interest payments on that, if I'm not mistaken. I think
You definitely have interest payments, but I don't understand where the 319
Yeah.
came from. I mean, it seems, again, I wasn't your counsel then.
Right.
I can't comment on that, but it seems like if you went ahead and paid it off, you're gonna have some money left over that's
Correct.
not gonna have to be used for the next 10 years of interest,
No.
or 12 or.
Yeah, it's
If you look back-
79,000.
Yeah, if you look back in your previous, and Carol, I don't know if this would even help you, but anyway. If you look back in your previous budgets, which is kind of what I did last night, I was looking, and all of your budgets going back, if you look on Exhibit A, this number's been there, and every year that number has gone down because you've made that $26,000 debt payment. So, again, this was well before my time as well. The audit actually shows 254 or something like that.
We got 263.
263 is what the audit noted in the last audit. That was the balance of that VC1 property. And the payoff that Leah got today is 238,0605. I can't answer that, where that 319 came from or where the original, I wasn't part of that. And the only documentation that we have is not a whole lot. And it's kind of pieced together in reading minutes and all of that stuff. And unfortunately, when we asked your last council for a release of records that we did not have, we didn't get anything. And I'm not to say that these documents would have been in there or they wouldn't have been, but so we pieced it together by what we had, and this money has been in there ever since this deal was done. I can tell you that much. The number has changed because y'all paid X amount every single year.
So am I understanding this right? We've been paying $26,000 a year.
Per your agreement.
And if we kept doing it, it would eventually get paid off.
Correct.
But we need to pay it off now. So in the long run, it's not gonna cost us anything, it actually save us money. But it's coming up with the cash now, that's the problem. Okay.
Correct.
But I mean, it should be paid out of the Series 2015 debt service fund, no? Not out of our operating or reserves.
There's no assessments on this property going.
Yeah.
going into the debt service fund. I'm assuming that you guys are cutting a check and putting in the debt service fund from the
Right.
general.
It is, and that's been noted in your budget every year. When the conveyance was made and the deal was structured, this was pulled off of the tax roll when that was done. So no assessments have been collected to pay into that. So the district, and the only thing we can put together is when this deal was done, whatever the purchase price was, that money was set aside.
Yes.
And every year, you've just been writing a check from your money to pay that amount that was agreed upon in the structure, which is 26,000.
Okay, so, tell me if this is accurate. So I have the budget right here and it says series 2015 debt service reserve BC1.
That's right.
And in that budget is 319, and that is assigned fund balance. That is money that we already have that is set aside for that purpose of paying off over the remaining life of the bond. To 12 more years, whatever it is, something like that. But we're learning now that we can't, even if we pinky swear we're gonna be paying that, there's nothing contractually, holding us to that as required by the bond instrument. And so we have the money that is set aside to pay this off over the life of the remaining bond. But we need to either enter into a contract to say formally we are going to pay it off over time as we've been doing, but now with a signed contract behind it, which would be expensive to get executed with all the unknown bondholders, or use the money that we have set aside to pay it off. And I think just the general agreement is, okay, let's wait a few months until the 24 tax starts coming in, so we aren't depleting our.
So you can make sure you can pay your expenditures for the first quarter. That's all. It would be very tight. You could write the check tomorrow, and we're not disputing that, but the only request was if council was okay with that recommendation to the board, if we made that payment in mid to late December, that way you're not running so tight, because if we do it tomorrow, it will be tight. That's all.
So it's more of a cash flow.
Well, if we do this, I'd prefer to wait. I mean, I understand you want to get it done this year, but I'd prefer to wait until we have more tax money in January, February.
I would rather get it done sooner than later, but I understand our cash flow issue. When I added up the numbers and the difference, if this is our payoff today. So if we paid it off today, we would be able to have an additional 89,000 out of that 319,201 is the difference. And that would go added into the 388,939 would end up being 477,939. That's still short of what our operating reserve should be, right?
For the first quarter, yes.
What?
We roughly run about 250 a month for expenditures.
250.
Between 2 and 250.
Let's say that's 600.
Right. Well,
And so
here you already have 200 set aside, right? And we just said that's very conservative.
no,
number.
but that's the amount needed to finish what will be due within the next 2 or 3 days.
Right.
So I'm not looking at that at all. That's spent. So we'll still be short on our operating reserves. So although I'd like to pay it off as soon as possible, because where the bondholders, if they got wise to this, so to speak, in a lower interest rate time would have been willing to say, I'll turn a blind eye. If they spot it now, they might call it in now and try and get their money out of it.
Yeah, I think.
And I don't know if it would endanger all of our bonds. I sure don't want to have to come up with what my payoff is to my home right now.
Sure, no, and I don't think anybody would want it to get to that, and I've not researched, all the different scenarios that could happen. What I think you've got to do is you got to come up with a plan, And then, I have to take a look at what your disclosure obligation is in implementing that plan and when you make the disclosure compared to when you fix the issue.
Okay.
So I've got to look at that issue, and I won't have an answer for you until the next meeting, because I didn't know what you guys were going to choose to do here. Certainly the information that Angel gave me before the meeting, seems to indicate, which was my concern, is it's expensive to go and get bondholder consent. I mean, I had a client pay $50,000 to get a bondholder to sign a piece of paper on something that wasn't affecting them negatively at all. So, obviously, I think that's probably, and I think if you wait till like December when you get your money in, I think that's good. I mean, the bondholders don't want the district to be in jeopardy of not meeting its obligations. That doesn't help their bonds.
And we have
So-
been every year since 2019 without an issue.
I understand that, but the problem is that the bondholders rely on foreclosure or the sale of tax certificates to get their money. And you could have a CDD board, which we saw in 2007 and 2008, that said, we're just not going to pay it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And then the bondholders say, okay, well, foreclose on the property or sell tax certificates. Well, we're not on the tax roll and you can't foreclose on government property. I mean, we've got to be proactive in resolving, but there is a disclosure issue that we'll look at. But really I don't think the board needs to make a decision tonight, but you need to give staff some direction which way you want to head with this so we can set it up to get it done.
Yeah, so I just want to chime in. Sorry. Sorry, I was joking. I don't see any thing happening like 07 and 08 in the near term. Maybe next year at some point in time, but I think we'll be fine. And I think with our financial situation, we need to tread lightly on how we go about spending our cash flow. Spending $50,000 to look at this bond situation, I think is a little extreme. The way we're kind of strapped for cash. So that's just my 2 cents, but I think we should just kind of hold off on this.
Okay, so what do you mean by hold off on this, Lucas? Hold off till December?
Yeah, I don't think we should approach this right now. And once we get some more cash flow, I don't think people are going to go running for their bonds and trying to cash out anytime soon. I mean, I think we can wait till we get some more cash flow and revisit this down the road.
We all have a disclosure obligation.
Yeah.
And you can either disclose it and say, we're thinking about it, or you can disclose it and say, here's our plan, here's what we're doing to rectify it.
What if we table this discussion until October, until we've had more time to understand what's?
I think that's reasonable. If you wanted to do that, I think
We could
I
just
think that's fine.
Table the discussion until October, until the next
Well,
meeting, and we
the
can then
plan.
revisit it.
Developing a plan. We need to develop a plan in October. Whatever that plan may be. Now, understand if we go to reach out to the bondholders and you have to get all of them to agree, is my understanding. So if one holds out, we're back to paying it off.
Plus there's a great.
Well, it sounds like you're, most of the board is thinking about paying it off anyway. It's a matter of when, and it's a matter of when we disclose, but because this was really just introduced to us over the last few days, and I don't have an understanding, I don't feel like I can, make any decisions about this now, that we table the discussion and plan making until next month.
Okay. Is there any objection to that? Okay. Hearing none, we'll table it until October.
Yeah, sure.
You will go
Happy to
ahead.
talk to any board members outside of the meeting to give you the background that I'm aware of.
And you'll provide us with the information as to what our disclosure obligations are.
I will.
And I do want to say that the reason I'm very hesitant to kick it on further down the road past December is because it really puts us the CDD in a bad state should we have to go back to that bond market it's like destroying your credit rating.
Right.
And the other thing is that, you know, just because we haven't tripped up yet, you know, it's
not-
frustrating that this whole thing is where we are. We could have paid it off years ago and,
But we have a legal
Right.
obligation to do the disclosure, and if we,
right,
and in how too long, we could,
be in trouble.
well, really have to spend a lot of money. It could
Mhm.
double. but that's-
I think it's a good argument to the bondholders that we want to continue paying our bonds, so we need to be fiscally responsible about when we're able to pay this to make sure we can continue paying our bonds and our obligations. And if that means we don't pay it off till January or February, because that's the right conservative financial plan, then I think that would, you know, it's a month or two. And if that's what our plan is, because we're going to have more revenue from the tax collector based on, you know, the assessments, then I can't see that they would argue with that. And just,
Okay.
that's my personal.
Well, we'll talk it over in October and see what the right month is to pay it off, if that's, seems like that's where we're going. Okay, Next item.
Second item is discussion of status of ownership and maintenance of stormwater management facilities in the enclave in North Lake. So there's been a flurry of deeds and affidavits of surveyor and all that going on with some of the new plats up there. One of the issues that I've discussed with the board before, there's a large pond called Track K900 that when it was brought to our attention, or we discovered it, that there was a deed out there from an HOA to the CDD for that tract. This board never accepted it. This board never reviewed it. And so, you know, and in fact, your chair was kind enough to provide me with a settlement agreement that was worked out among all the parties to even get that plat signed that said Track 900 was not going to go to the CDD. And so, working with that developer's counsel, we have a quitclaim deed that's set to go from the CDD back to the HOA, but it still reserves all the easements we got in the settlement agreement and in the HOA declaration and things of that nature. So that's how we're gonna solve that issue, as long as the board's okay with that, and it would be consistent with the settlement agreements. I don't think I need more board authority on that, because again, we're just trying to get that back. Yes.
Just to clarify, make sure I understand correctly, what you're saying is their HOA is going to take responsibility for that tract and not the CDD. Yes?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and in fact, the problem with this too is the HOA deed wasn't even an effective deed. But it was what I'll call kind of a wild deed. So because the HOA was never deeded the land formally from the developer. So we had this deed out there and the county thinks that we own it, which we didn't own it. And so this is our way of fixing it, short of litigation. And so we got that. There was also an issue where they were, the developer was asking the CDD to sign some easements for OUC to come in. But again, these were over tracts that, you know, we did not believe were ever intended to go to the CDD. And so we refused to sign those easements because we didn't want to accept ownership of those property and the maintenance responsibilities. They finally figured out that they could do a surveyor affidavit to correct that those would go back to the HOA and then they could go ahead and sign the easement. So we didn't have to sign those easements. So that's kind of the status. It looks like most of those things are getting worked out. I do think one of the things, and this is really a question for David and the chair, and I've talked about this just briefly. You know, the district is going to be, I believe, on the stormwater management permit. And so the district needs to agree to do, the CDD needs to agree to do what's required by the permit, but nothing more. We're not going to be mowing around those lakes and doing that sort of thing. So I just want to make sure the board knows that at least that's been my understanding of what we're willing to do from the CDD perspective. But if anybody has any different thoughts, let me know. And David, I don't want to.
When you say only mow, I mean,
Yeah.
if the structure gets clogged or something breaks, so
If it's required by our permit for us to fix it, then I would think that would be a CDD issue unless we can determine somebody did something intentionally to damage. Somebody went out with sledgehammer and broke up all our concrete, structure, then I think we'd go after them to do it. But the CDD, if they're gonna be on the permit, they're gonna have the permit maintenance responsibility.
Right. For the pond itself, it'll be, David, like the golf course ponds, where we're required to maintain the structures and the water quality and quantity, but we won't be mowing the pond banks.
So we just need to make sure when we accept responsibility, we're not accepting more than we just talked about.
But yeah, and we do need to, have they approached you more or given you as-built, David?
I haven't got the as-bills, but their engineers must email them 3 or 4 times asking me to sign something blindly, which I've been trying to wait till this all got sorted out.
Well, thank you. Just make sure we get those as-built, so we know what we're maintaining.
And we've requested them, and just don't sign till we get them. And then, so the third thing, so I think that's working itself out, which is good. And then the third thing is discussion of potential spending authorization resolution to supplement procurement policy. Y'all can take action on this tonight or not, or defer it, but basically in all of my districts, I have a spending authorization resolution, which clearly says, okay, here's when people can spend money, there are continuing obligations. Here's when they can spend money when it's a non-continuing obligation. And here's what we do in the event of emergencies. So I've just provided a draft resolution that's in your agenda package. You all have really good procurement policies too, that I think is saved you all some money. And so, if the board wants me to, we could try to kind of marry the two policies to make sure, one, it's not redundant, and two, make sure that actually is added value to the district. So if you have not had a chance to look at that, we can address it at a different time. But our recommendation is that you do have some sort of a spending authorization resolution that's kind of along the lines of what we prepared there.
So I would like to revisit this next month because I just have not had time to
I understand.
consider it.
And you haven't had it for a while, so I think it's fine. And then the fourth thing, which isn't on there, is just, and this really goes along with that. I've never, since I've been here, just took a hard look at, all your policies, resolutions, and rules that you have in place to see, is there something missing? Such as like a prompt payment policy or public participation policy, things like that. I've just not looked at those. I'm just bringing that to your attention. At some point, if somebody wanted to compile all those together and give them to me rather than me go search through to find everything, that would be the most efficient thing. And again, I'm not looking for work, but I just want you to know that I've not gone through there to say, hey, I think you might want to change this, or this is based on a statute that was repealed 2 years ago, those sorts of things. So if at any point you want me to do that work, I'm happy to do that work.
Maybe next year when we have more of a budget and we're more.
That's
I think
completely up to you.
Angel.
Wes and I discussed this a while back. I am doing that right now. They haven't had their rules looked at or updated in a very long time. I'm putting together all the resolutions from establishment on down, kind of compiling everything, redlining some stuff, and then I was gonna send it over. What we talked about, and Teresa was part of this, Wes goes, Angel, obviously it'd be cheaper for you to get all this stuff and then send us the red line so we can just kind of glance at it and say, okay, yep, they don't have this, and we need to do this.
Right.
So I'm in the process of doing that. I hope to have it done over the next month and a half, and have everything for you guys.
Yeah, I can wait and look at it whenever the board tells me they want me to.
Right, it was gonna come to them first and with the red lines and all that kind of stuff, and then they would give directions of staff how they want to do it.
It's really just you all making sure that you knew I wasn't out there looking at that stuff to come through. And that's all I have, but I'm happy to answer questions unless I missed something.
I think you got a phone call.
Oh yeah, I did get I got a phone call from somebody saying that they were the developer of the 377 unit apartment complex, wanting to know how he could use CDD bond financing to help with their public infrastructure over there. And I told him, I'm not your attorney, I represent the board, but if you want to present something to the board, you need to put it in writing. You need to say exactly what you want the board to do and what your development is, what your timeline is, how much bonds are you talking about, what's the infrastructure. Are you gonna pay off the existing bonds? Or are you gonna layer these bonds on top of them? I don't know anything about it. So I said, if you put something in a letter and provide it to me, I will make sure the board gets it, and then the board can decide what they want to do with it from there. You're under no obligation to do anything. And the only thing I would say is, in the event that you would want to look at doing something here, it would only be so that if you could have input in making sure that whatever the final result was as good as it can be. If that's not a concern, then there really is there's no benefit to the district to proceed with that. But again, until we have something in writing, it's not real.
Mhm.
So.
And that's all. Any questions from any board members for
I
our
do, can I
legal
go back?
counsel?
I do have a question on the disclosure on the $230,000 again. What word to use? Is there a timeline? I assume the disclosure means from the time you discovered it. Is there a time when you have to give them the disclosure? Is it like 90 days or 6 months?
That's
or-
part of the research that I need to do. I haven't looked at your continuing disclosure agreement that you come into with the 2015 bonds.
Oh, I see,
I
from
need to look
there,
at it,
okay.
yeah. So anytime you enter bonds, you have certain disclosure
Oh,
obligations.
okay. I thought it was a legal thing that disclosure had to be made and it's.
No, it's gonna be governed by agreement as well
Okay.
as the IRS rules.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for our legal counsel? Lucas, do you have anything? Dan?
No, I'm okay over here.
Okay, thank you, Lucas.
Yeah, I mean, it was gonna be during supervisor requests.
Okay, yeah, bring it something up. Okay. All right, we'll move on to district manager's business.
I only have a couple things. I think, Lynn would have, no, maybe I'll leave your mind. I just got an email from Zachary Gonzalez from Osceola County. Resurfacing 5 Oaks Drive. The resurfacing of 5 Oaks Drive has been completed. However, there are some areas that are in need to be cleaned where the dump trucks turned around and or stained the curbing. The contractor has been notified. He's awaiting this. I'm awaiting the schedule. And if we need anything in the meantime, please let them know. So that's just kind of an FYI for you all. Second is the verbatim minutes. The
Okay.
ones you saw, Teresa, it was the format or forum that she used, which was Amazon.
And I used the Amazon transcribe, so for about $10 or so, I was able to get Amazon transcribe to take the recording, to transcribe it over, and it would give you speaker 1, speaker 2, speaker 3. I then took the document and I went through it and made corrections, assigned the names to each one of the speakers and made the corrections of our ums and, you know, all that type of language. That took, in going all the way through it and everything, and came up with actually a really nice looking package. It took about 11 hours. Now that was learning the system. And while I was doing it, I was also writing up an instruction manual for whoever in Infomark will take over to make it quick, to do a lot of universal search and find and replace and things like that. So it should really slim down the thing. Now I had given it then to Infomark. Angel's going to find out what all they did. I just asked them to basically do a quick review, and the text boxes they indicated in what they did from what I handed them, it took another 11 hours, and I don't know how it
10.
could. 10. I don't know
And I don't either. I had told Teresa that I would
Yeah.
ask Christy for.
what happened. Yeah.
I know she kept track of the time, but I'll ask her exactly what she did so we can kind of look at that. So that's kind of where we're at. So we'll use that same format.
And I'll just go ahead and provide the instruction manual you said Brenda would do them next time.
Yeah, I think what I want to do is, all of you have seen Brenda's minutes. She does great minutes. She's familiar with the voices and everything. and have her go through it and do it on this format. And it'll kind of give us a baseline of how long it's gonna take. I know she's probably a little bit better than others, but we can kind of give or take a little bit there and kind of get a baseline.
Okay, it's good news.
So we're heading towards working out this problem.
Right.
So that is that. Campus Suite, I talked to them. So a couple things. I know David Farnsworth sent an email in saying this particular thing isn't ADA compliant. When we send, whatever we send, doesn't matter, agenda, a document, picture, whatever it is that we want posted on the website, they have 48 hours to make that document ADA compliant. So if you realize, whatever reason, your normal report wasn't in there this month, which is originally what he had questioned. So I had to take that, we put it in there, revise the agenda, put it on. So they're still within their 48 hours to get that revised. And then your expenditures invoices were sent separately, as you told him in the email, which was absolutely correct. So I just wanted to cover that, number one. Number two, I talked to Ted at Campus Suite, because I think the question that was risen, that had arose, was we want some more historical documents on our website, and is it gonna charge, because according to the contract, it says you're allowed 1,500 pages.
I thought that was crossed out.
Yeah.
It was, but there was still a question, and so I called and answered that. I mean, you're well over that 1,500 pages now, you're almost at like 3,500 now, and they've never charged us. But wanted to get confirmation, so Ted is aware of it. We're gonna have a call tomorrow, and he's gonna confirm it, and I'm gonna ask him to confirm it in writing. And I don't know how much stuff you want on there. I mean, I think the goal was to get your website cleaned up because it was very cumbersome. So I guess I need to know, like, what are you looking for to put on there? How much? I mean, you want to go back to inception? I mean, that's an awful lot,
No,
you know.
well,
stuff like that.
I
So
think
that's
what they
we
had
want.
done originally, David had put through inception. And the board, before my time came, had said, no, we have to keep 7 years of records, so just cut it down to 7 years. So that's 7 years of back minutes and back agenda package. Statutorily,
No, we keep it, your record keeper.
I know,
right?
but I'm saying statutorily, we don't have to do that. However, I have found it enormously beneficial.
Okay, so 7 years is what you want?
That would be good.
In the scheme of data storage, we're talking about, a few PDF files. So in industry wide, in the grand scheme of things, it's a pretty small amount.
And also, our rules, I think, should be on there. Anything else historically or
So when you say
that's not
7
even the
years,
rules.
you're talking 7 years of minutes,
Financials.
And agenda packages.
your financials are in your agenda packages.
Right.
And your minutes are in your agenda
Yeah.
packages, so, but do you want them separated out? Or do you
No,
want them just
What,
tucked in the
what
agendas?
what we had is.
Well, the final minutes are not in the agenda packages necessarily.
Okay, well, we had yes, once, and I know, I think, Joe, you mentioned, we have minutes being approved here. The minutes would go into the agenda since they're there for approval, but then they would be as a, final executed copy would be published separately as here's a standalone, here are just the minutes as they were approved and are now published for, posterity on the
So you
website.
want minutes, what else?
We had the, financials, being able to look at, what's gonna be going in, just, the approved budget or amendments to the budget. That's
Yeah, your budget's already on there. but
Right.
7 years of minutes, standalone approved minutes, 7 years of agendas, which include your financials. Anything else besides minutes and agendas?
resolutions, maybe, I mean.
Yeah, the
that's-
rules and resolutions.
But the resolutions are within the agenda. Do you want them
Well, they're
separate?
in the agenda, but.
But it's hard to
having
find,
Here's
yeah.
a listing of year by
Yeah.
year, here's everything that
Yeah,
was.
that would be good. But I,
You want resolutions from inception?
No,
for 7 years.
I think we're talking about the difference of whether having 3 of something or 7 or something. it doesn't seem like a big ask on our part.
So you want 7 years of resolutions?
It's basically, that's what we had previously. So this way, yes, we've streamlined the website. It's definitely easier to use and navigate. But at the same time, we're not taking away anything that we were previously providing to residents.
I have not had time to go through the website because it was off,
Yeah,
you know, wasn't functional for a while, and so far I'm not finding it intuitive to navigate. But there were things on the old website that were about, like, you know, our obligations to maintain ponds. There was just a whole bunch of data on there, information on there that residents could look at, that was kind of easy to find. And the main page just, you know, kind of laid things out so that it was easy to understand where you could find things with links to things. I would also, I know we talked about this once before, and I know there's some bad blood between us and the HOA, or at least some of us in the HOA. But I would like to have a link to the HOA website for people, because they don't know the difference between the HOA and the CDD. And I would just like on one of the pages, or maybe on the main page.
We have a links page.
Yeah, a links page.
My understanding is
Is the
whatever.
HOA
links-
website ADA
Yeah, it has to
compliant?
be ADA compliant. Whatever links we put on our website, those have to be ADA compliant as well.
Well, we can at least put a phone number and an email address.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
I don't know if theirs is ADA compliant or not. I don't know if they're required to be.
If it's private, that means
Yeah.
But private companies are getting sued for them not being ADA compliant, like grocery stores.
The other thing too, remember, you have a 30-day out. You don't like this website, you can go back to your old one. Like that.
Well, I don't like it at all, to be honest.
Okay.
I don't find, like Carol, it's not intuitive. At least the other website, you could always. It was intuitive how to find things, and I thought we were gonna have a search feature. That's the thing that I really wanted. So let's say I wanna go back and search the minutes for all our conversations about perennials or annuals or flowers, to just use a simple example. And then, cause right now, the only way to find it is to open each set of minutes and use the control F. And that can be very cumbersome. And I liked having more minutes on there also.
Okay.
And I wish there was a section that had our annual budget, our annual expenditure sheet, you know, at the end of the year. And I'd like to have those separate from all the other things. So a person could look and compare from year to year.
Okay, well, do you want to make a motion to go back to your old website?
I don't think we're ready to do that.
No.
I mean, we're still willing to work with this, and maybe, you know, but, like, I wanted to go back and look at the financials for several years going back. On the old website, I could do that.
Yeah, and we just talked about, we would like to add those.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
So let's see, once the stuff that's to be added is added.
What it looks like.
What it looks like. And we don't have a search, we didn't have a search feature on the old website. I know that is frustrating.
Well,
I
that
have
was
to
the
go
reason
through.
to push for the new.
Right.
Yeah,
Because I thought there was a search.
And to my
feature.
knowledge, they don't have them. None of the district
Alright.
websites have them.
But
I can ask.
I can give you a clue. Call. Who do we call now if we need?
Ghostbusters. Sorry.
If a board member needs information about a specific topic and needs the historic information, you can call Sandra DeMarco and she will pull that out. They have a special search ability that they can pull that out for you. So if you need something, do that, and that will help you a lot.
So just so I'm clear, I'm gonna go back, we're gonna ask for 7 years of minutes, 7 years of agendas, 7 years of financials, and 7 years of resolutions.
And the rules. The rules aren't 7 years, they're just,
No.
Right, there's, you know,
Yeah, that way if a,
Those should be on there.
There's, yeah, there's an ordinance to establish, and it looks like there's several other amendments to it that are already there. Maybe part of it is just, these are, file names that could be maybe a little more descriptive and friendly for someone that's browsing it to see, oh, this is, the rules, this is the third amendment to the, things like that.
Got it. I will let them know. Next is the consideration of relocating, digitizing, or disposal of your current storage boxes.
So I would like to know, you're the record keepers, right? I would like to know what's in those boxes. Like, you've been keeping those boxes, you should know
So-
what's in them, right?
So this is the history I got. This is well before my time. When Gary Moyer started all these districts, he loved to keep everything. So this is what he did. You're not the only district that has, I don't know how many banker boxes. I think Celebration has 375 banker boxes. So all these banker boxes, because he wanted to keep everything going back from day one. So currently you have 52 boxes in storage, and Carol, they could be any district record, from old minutes to as-bills to maps to just anything pertaining to the district. And back whenever, and I don't know when, you all, the board, chose to keep all records permanently. So the monthly cost for that storage was gonna be $780, it's $15 a box. You guys did sign a contract to do that.
I need to interject here.
Well, I have it on file, so.
Let me finish.
Well,
What?
can I finish my statement?
Well, it applies directly to this, and I don't want to let it go by. When that contract, which was in 2021, was signed, the question came up about this $15 per box, and I specifically asked, how many boxes do we have? The answer was none. I said, then I don't care what the monthly charge is, because we won't be paying anything. So
Can't answer that.
it's kind of like a 1,500.
Yeah, but that is in the
Yeah.
contract. That's all I can tell you.
Okay.
Or what I have.
Right, but I'm clarifying that for you.
So anyways, if you finally choose to adopt the state GS1 SL schedule, you'll have 20 boxes of permanent records left in storage, and the monthly storage fee would be $315 per box.
I have a question.
Sure.
What happens to the other 32 boxes? Like, who?
Get rid of them.
Well, so in other words, we're required to keep 20 boxes? I don't understand what the 20 box thing is about.
You're required to keep. What's the amount of good calling the girls?
So the state has a record retention schedule that, provides for destruction of records. So I think what the analysis they probably, it's something you're required to keep either permanently or for a long period of time. So I think the analysis they did is they looked at, we got 52 boxes. Your policy is keep everything, therefore you have to either keep 52 boxes or digitize them and get rid of the paper records. If you go to the state schedule, which allows for the destruction of records after a certain period of time for certain records, I think what they've done is they've said, you can probably destroy 32 boxes worth of records. You're still gonna have 20 boxes that you either have to store or digitize.
Correct.
Because the state schedule says you can get rid of documents on a rolling basis once they get to be too old.
So that's what you see in your agenda. What you all choose to do, I know Teresa also said when Chris was here, I wasn't, there was a conversation had about not having to pay that fee. In that, the conversation you and I had, when Chris was here, he's like, oh no, we'll have to pay a storage fee or something.
All I remember was the storage fee didn't apply to us because we didn't need it. And I don't know who made a decision to keep 52 boxes of
Well, I
hard
think
copy
it
records.
was probably way
Yeah.
prior at the beginning. I don't know which board, when it came into effect,
Mhm.
but that's where you are today. And again, like Mike said, we have 32 boxes that are past retention that you can get rid of.
How old is that?
Well, it depends on the record.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the type of record dictates how long you have to keep it. So for example, a bond document, you have to keep it until basically about 2-3 years after your bonds are paid off, so 32, 33 years.
Does this include like the check registers? Okay.
We don't even know what's in those boxes. We could
Yeah,
have
yeah.
as-bills that could be useful to us.
Yeah, I just want to chime in on that. I know Mike just said that we have to keep a bond for 32, 33 years, but we're gonna have to go and look at every box of what's in there. I can't imagine how much time and effort and money it's gonna cost us to go figure out what's in those boxes. So I mean, I want to make a motion to destroy all the boxes that we don't need, but at the same time, we don't know what's in those boxes. So I think we're in a conundrum right now as far as I mean, we shouldn't be paying for boxes to store that we don't need, but we don't know what's in the boxes.
Well, I think what they're saying in the memorandum that was sent out from Sandra was that she has gone through the boxes, and in 32 of the boxes are stuff are not required by statute to keep. And in 20 boxes are things we are required to keep.
So,
Just determining it's subjective, right?
so if Sandra's
Okay,
gone,
then I'll just make a motion. I'll make a motion to destroy the boxes we don't need and keep the ones we do and digitize it. Anybody on board?
no,
We need a resolution
no.
to adopt a different records retention schedule, which we have to bring at your next meeting.
Okay.
So can we just
Wait a minute.
hold
I've
on?
got a motion on the floor. Okay. Hold on a minute.
Motion to destroy.
I've got a motion to destroy the 32 boxes that have been deemed as past retention. Do I hear a second? Okay, hearing no second, motion fails for lack of a second. Mike, did you have something? You wanted
Yeah,
to
I'm
say?
sorry I interrupted you. Anytime I hear destroy documents without it being consistent with the schedule, I speak up. So what you would need to do if the board wants to switch to the state retention schedule is we would prepare a resolution, bring it to your next meeting, saying that we're going to follow the state records retention schedule, which not only would allow them to go ahead and get rid of the 32 boxes, which would reduce your costs on a moving forward basis, whether you digitize or store them. It also allows them to take away electronic records that are past that retention schedule if you adopt that.
So I think we're getting ahead of ourselves. If Sandra's gone through those boxes, then she knows what's in them. Let's hear from her what's in those boxes. So that we know before we make any decision to destroy or let go of anything, we have an idea of what we're dealing with. I don't think
Even if
that's
it's
prudent.
like summarized, like, you know.
Okay, I have a question. And what if, let's talk about the 52 boxes altogether, or yeah, 52 boxes. What if the district sends a representative to pick up these boxes? They get stored in a climate controlled, locked area. And then they can be gone through by whichever supervisor may want to go through them to see what's there and what may be valuable to this district to digitize and then keep electronically.
Before you make a motion.
But I'm not making a motion.
I just want to let you know.
Yeah.
They are located in Coral Springs, Florida.
I don't care.
No, I just wanted to. put that
Yeah.
out.
Versus paying $15 a box per month to store them.
Hey,
I'm willing
Mike,
to do that. Because we can rent a storage shed that has about 10 times the amount needed to store this for $54 a month. And I just can't see that. If we have, and tell me, because then again, we're taking records, required records to be saved out of the hands of our custodian. And what is the ramification of that?
usually not recommended.
Figured.
And so, but I do think that, you know, there isn't if the custodian of the records, you know, is the one that has access to the facility, then I think that, you know, that can probably be worked out. It's not gonna be very convenient. You're gonna have a board member there, and you're also gonna have, you know, a custodian of the records there, and I don't know how that works. What you might wanna do is look at digitizing the 20 boxes you have to keep.
Mhm.
Because I don't know where you're gonna go. I don't think you wanna keep paper boxes anymore. Most districts don't wanna keep anything with paper. So put that off the table. Then you have the 32. Then you're looking at, do we move the 32 boxes to a facility that's convenient that you guys can try to go through them or have somebody go through them? And I think that probably logistically can be worked out. But you do have a risk of, you know, somebody saying, oh, well, that was in there, but you know, the supervisor went through it. I'm sure they destroyed it.
But that's, I mean, basically, it would be deemed as destroyed for purposes of the public records, because it could be, right?
Not right now.
Not right now, but if you adopt it, and then we decided, hey, yeah, it could be destroyed, but we need to keep it for whatever historic
Yeah.
purpose.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Amy.
What if I offered an easy solution?
Sure.
Why don't I have the records shipped to the celebration office? And if you would like one supervisor, if all of you want to come one at a time, different schedules, and look through those boxes, you're more than welcome to do that. That way they're not in Coral Springs, they're right here in Celebration. Anybody can come look at them. You don't even have to make a schedule as long as it's between 8 and 5. They'll be set up in the conference room. But I do agree with Mike, the 20 boxes, those are required. You have to keep those no matter what's in it.
But she separated them.
I'm sorry.
Evidently she has.
She separated them.
Yeah, that's what she's saying. You've got.
So we don't need to go through those. The
But that's
people
what
who want
you're
to.
saying.
Alright.
You want to go through them though. That's what, that's.
No, the
problem.
32.
The 30.
All right, so I got an idea as well on top of what Angel said. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
So going forward, I think we should digitize everything going forward. Keep the 20 boxes somewhere stored for the next 7 years, somewhere where we don't have to pay money for it. Destroy the 32 boxes we don't need, as long as we know that we don't need that data anymore. We're good with that, and then move forward. I mean, no one wants to go through 20 boxes and digitize all that. It's going to be costly. If we put it somewhere safe where we know where it's at, we can keep that safe and move forward with everything else being digitized. We don't have to go through the boxes. I mean, I'm not going to go through boxes. I'll tell you that right now. But if you guys want to, go for it. But I'd say just store the 20 boxes that we need, destroy the 32 boxes we don't need, and then digitize everything else going forward. Mike, can you chime in, make sure that's okay legally and all that stuff?
It's okay legally. Yes.
Okay,
And everything now is digitized, and it has been.
Without charge.
Right, except for these records, because.
It's these, you're right, nothing was ever
Right.
resolved. for them.
Okay, so, I know from like when we were having earlier discussions about the website, there are legal requirements for how those documents are stored. And that applies to the 20 boxes. And as long as we're talking about digitizing them, that, you know, gathering my thoughts here, sorry. Is there a cost associated with the digitizing of those 20 boxes?
Yeah, it's
$250 a box.
It's $4,000.
And how much would the storage be for, let's say, the next 10 years?
It's
It's
For those 20 boxes?
$15 a box times 20 boxes, $300.
$300.
Right. Yeah,
A
exactly.
month.
Right. So
So-
$300 times 12 is $3,600 a month.
Because
A year.
It's a no-brainer.
Just digitize them.
3,600 a month, a year.
And I'll personally say, I don't have any desire or need to go through the other 32. We pay the district manager, Infomar, to be the experts and to know, and I'm willing to take their
Well, but
advice.
we don't even know what's in those boxes. I'm not sure
Right.
they
I-
do, but that's what I'm asking. Can we get Sandra, since she's gone through the boxes, to tell us what's in them?
I can ask her if she can summarize
If
that.
she can, yeah, give us an itemized.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll just tell you in my office, when we went through this process with other districts, I would say for a district this old, probably 10 to 15 boxes were agenda packages.
Yep.
Which, again, we already have, digital copies of.
Yeah.
But,
I
yeah,
have all of your hard bound bond books in my celebration office that are like this big, so those aren't even in there. But most of them agendas. It could be invoices, it could be, it could be anything.
But can we ask to please get a
I can
list?
ask her, maybe.
this would be for a resolution next month to consider changing
Might
our
prepare
schedule.
the resolution
Mhm.
to be put on the agenda.
Yeah, we have a form resolution that we, do with this, and the board can choose to keep everything forever, which they regret. Or follow the state schedule, which is more work for your manager to follow the state schedule, because it's easy just to keep everything. It's a lot harder to say, okay, well, we're at the end of this year, now we don't need to keep these anymore, let's purge them.
Right, yeah, keeping everything to the statutory requirements is very costly. I think, are we maybe in unofficial agreement of we'd maybe like the chance to go through the 32 boxes before they're being purged?
Yes.
And at the same time, look at digitizing the 20 and being paperless going forward. That's kind of everyone's
Right.
rough.
That
agreement.
sounds like what
And
we're,
Once we digitize the 20, we don't need to keep the paper copies. Is that
But
correct?
the 32 are already outside of the statutory requirement, so they can go, Celebration or wherever. They don't have that expensive, humidity control, whatever kind of requirements they have for storing.
Well, if.
well, they can
if
be
we
reviewed.
adopt
and
this,
Right, right.
If we adopt this, then we can remove them from the district manager's
Care and custody.
care and custody and put them in a
Well, you
more
have to-
local.
You have to certify to the state record keeper that you've destroyed them and what you've done with them, and so there is a process that they, Infomark has to go through with it.
So we can't just keep them ourselves without.
What I would suggest is exactly what was suggested is. Go ahead, digitize the 20, get the other 32, adopt your resolution that's saying you're gonna discard them. Have an opportunity for any supervisor that wants to go through those 32 to pluck out anything they think would be good for the district to have, like for instance, an as-built.
Mhm.
May not be required to be kept, but it may be there and you may want it.
That's what I'm thinking.
And so then you have that, and then after the supervisor gone through it, that's when they get destroyed and Infomark can certify to the state, here's what happened with these records.
Surveys, and there's definitely value in there, but we don't want to be
Yeah.
incurring unneeded costs.
You're not,
keeping it.
you're not required to purge it if it's something that's, you want to.
Of value.
So
Alright.
I just wanna make sure I'm understanding, because I'm hearing like 4 different opinions here.
I tried to summarize.
You want us to, I'm happy to get them shipped. I'm actually gonna be in Coral Springs next week. Happy to get these boxes, bring them to Celebration. But you're asking me, on one hand, do you want Sandra to summarize it? Because I don't want her to go through that if I'm just bringing them to Celebration for y'all to go through anyway. You know what I mean? Kinda seems
Well,
double work.
we want to know if we need to go through them. So.
Well, no, just bring it
If-
back
okay,
and we
if
can
she's already
browse
got-
through them.
I would say if she's already
She's
gone
already
through the
got a
process, she
list.
has, it might be a summary, it might be a very high level, but we don't want to make extra work for her, but if she's already done some work organizing it, we'd like to see that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you do want them in Celebration office.
The 32.
32. Okay.
And then we will have a resolution about digitizing the 20 next month. Is that the
You
idea?
don't need that.
You can make that decision,
Tonight.
Tonight about digitizing them to improve that. What you'll see next month will be a resolution that says, we're gonna switch from keeping everything to adopting the state schedule, which allows us to periodically destroy and purge records that are no longer relevant according to the state schedule.
So then we have to have a motion to approve the digitizing of the 20 boxes at $250 a box.
Okay, I've got one question before we
you,
go for a
But I
motion.
just made a motion.
No, you said, I think. Okay, we have a motion on the floor to digitize the the 20 boxes for $4,000. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any other comments?
Were you gonna say something?
I'll say it later because it's not included in your motion. All in favor?
Right?
Aye.
Aye. Lucas?
You still here?
Lucas?
He's gone.
Okay, Lucas is no longer with us, so it's 4-0. Now, my question is the other part of that, which is requiring a $50 annual fee to maintain them digitally. Is that why, I mean, we're not charged now for our digital records. Why would that be?
I don't know.
Okay, so right now, we're not agreeing to that. Right.
What about the one-time $250 per box fee?
We just voted on that.
Right. 20 boxes.
Oh, that includes it, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. I will find out and let you know about it.
Thank you.
That's all.
All right, so
For all of it or for?
For the 20
For the
boxes.
20
for
boxes,
what-
whatever
All
the
those,
bid is.
just for those 20.
right, I don't understand why that would be a
Will
thing.
those digitized files be separate than the ones you're already doing?
Shouldn't be, they should be all part of the record.
Yeah.
She will find out. All right. Anything else? Madam District Manager?
That updated, did you have anything to say?
I was asked about something, after the boxes are lost now.
Do you have something else, David?
Thought we cut you short because Lynn, but.
No, I think that was when he was joking. It was his joke. Anything else?
No.
All right, at this time, we'll move on to agenda item 5, our consent agenda, which includes approval of the minutes from the regular meeting, August 24th, 2023, approval of minutes from regular meeting, July 27th, 2023, review of August 2023 statements, and approval of our number 280 invoices and check register.
So I went through the minutes. There was a vote missing, which I reported to Angel in the July, for Go transcript. There was a motion and a second, but no vote. There were some minor typos that I did not bother with. So pending those, and also, and I just wrote to Lynn and Angel today about it, just that we've been paying, that we've been billed hundreds of dollars a month in late fees by Toho for months and months and months, the whole year. I don't know about going back further. I didn't have time to look. I didn't notice that we were paying late fees. Angel is sending me something about that those late fees weren't paid, but we approved those numbers. And I was told there's some new portal that they're moving to, but meanwhile, that was August 3rd that I heard, and here it's the end of September, and they're still charging us late fees because we're not paying the bills. The bills aren't getting paid on time for some reason.
The bills are getting paid on time. It is due to Toho. They switched their whole billing system. Everything, and I believe it's not only us, it's residential as well.
Yes.
It's affecting
It's a
everyone.
nightmare.
And yes, it has been a nightmare, but the district, yes, it is reflected, you are correct, but the district has not paid any late fees. They're hoping that Toho has now gotten this new billing system worked out. They're hoping that starting this coming month, people aren't gonna see this. It's not only you as a district that are seeing it, but it's also residential people that are seeing it. And it's, from what I'm told from Toho and Paula, who's been working, it's due to them changing their whole entire billing system.
I got
And it's
double
been-
billed.
It's been
yeah.
a disaster. for not only the district, but for residents as well. And you're not the only district.
I guess-
Celebration, Enterprise, their water comes through Toho as well. And it's been, I mean, all kinds of
It's
stuff.
been like at least
Yeah.
9 months. I
Oh,
don't get.
it's actually been
Mhm.
longer than that.
It's been 3 months or 4 months.
Well,
No, we've had
no,
late
so
fees since January
Since you started seeing it, but they were working on putting in their new system way prior to that, so, but anyways, regardless. Have not been paying late fees and you're right, anytime there are late fees, we always either Infomart pays them. Or we get a reimbursement if they're not supposed to be there because we are responsible for your bills. On
Right.
time.
And there is something else that would help us with this. When I get an invoice and it says taxes and late fees and things like that, I go to Avid and double check it. And it typically says that they took out this much and they didn't pay all that stuff. But if that could be on the invoices, if we could have that information so that the question didn't arise, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, I asked for that information a while back when I spoke with Paula long ago. And she was showing me the Avid system and I said, well, but I want to be able to see the invoices in a list, not have to click on every, she's like, well, we can't really do that. I'm like, well, then I don't see the value of logging in and viewing it because what I need to see is what I'm getting in paper anyway. And if I can't get that on Avid, then I still want it on paper. But what Teresa is saying would be even more valuable because then it would show us the $700 that we paid for trees that you were going to reimburse us was reimbursed. Like, I don't, you tell me it's reimbursed. but I-
1,090, yeah.
but I don't see that it has been. And I feel it's kind of my fiscal responsibility
To make
on
sure.
the behalf of the residents to make sure those things are done.
Yeah. What can you not see in Avid? Because you can see all that in Avid. You see the invoice, how much it was paid, if it was short paid, you can see all of that in Avid. Are you not? doing that?
Right, but we can't see the refund like we paid for the two
no,
oak
we
trees,
wouldn't.
so we couldn't, so stuff like that, we're not
got it.
seeing. I had some concerns about some bills also. I just want to bring attention. We'd ask that we get a more detail for our credit card statements. We're
receipts.
still not seeing that. We normally get the receipts from it, so we know what was bought from Amazon, what was bought from Home Depot.
And whether there were taxes charged.
But yeah,
Yeah, they're not, everyone has that, your tax exempt,
Well,
your Home Depot account, all that stuff.
yeah.
But,
It
yeah.
still does show up sometimes, so, but anyway, like there was a charge for $684 at Paradise Pool Supply. I wasn't sure what that was. And so I don't know
Yeah,
if,
the credit card receipts are easy to pull. I'll
Mhm.
talk to Paula tomorrow and see what's an easy way to be able to.
We used
get
to.
that
Yeah.
Separate. Yeah, I don't.
Until recently,
I don't
Mhm.
know what would.
until just a few months ago.
and then Lynn, I guess, used the Infomart credit card at Toho Marine for $730. Lynn, do you remember what that was for?
For the batteries?
That's a lot of batteries. That's
What, no, I've got to see.
okay.
It's only 7 batteries.
Okay, so if you could get back and let us know that, but we do need that. And
Okay.
our Toho bills, my concern is that a lot of our usage has gone way up on several of these, which means there must be leaks or problems. And I want to be sure that one, they're getting corrected or addressed right away. And that 2, we are requesting the refund that Toho grants, provided that we have provide proof of repair.
It's possible that now that those zones that have been fixed are operating, we're using water where it had been shut off prior.
Right, but these are just outrageously high. They should not be. And I know one of them, which was the Harmony Square Drive West
Was a leak.
area was a major leak.
Yeah.
I mean, and
Yeah, I
that
saw just a couple. They're
that
just-
should be like
There's a-
$2,000 coming back to us.
And there's
And
a
I don't want to
300
miss out
Schoolhouse
on
Road
those.
one too, that
Mhm.
is also.
That's very high. So we need to be sure somebody's watching this other than
You and me.
managing this for us, the Toho. And not just the few that she gives us weekly reports on, but if, instead of just paying the bill, look at it and see what the problem is in getting. And we've been really good. And Brett used to get a lot of that money. I mean, I know he got $22,000 back for us. So if we can do that. Our waste connections, I noticed that our bill for the dumpster, such an important part of our existence, went up 15%. And can we check and see if there's another dumpster operator in the area that we can?
Across everywhere, that was part of the budgeting process. When we
Mhm.
talked about that, I mean, that's part of it that went up. Republican, something sanitation, they all went up about 10.
Okay, well, if you could just do some comparisons, so we're getting the best bang for the buck since money is so tight. And also, I don't know why the Will Scott invoices keep showing up in our invoices and payments. There's another one this month that's in there. And yeah, no, in our invoices to be approved.
Called them because she put one in and I said, we're done with that. Like,
Right, that we should never see another,
speaking of
hopefully.
that, so Celebration asked me to ask you, are you willing to sell one of them to them? If not, they're gonna go buy a used one and they're getting rid of their rentals.
We've been wanting. I mean,
Yes,
my
we want
understanding is
to,
we
we
wanna
just-
sell them. We just need a place to store the stuff until we have another place to store the stuff.
Okay.
So as soon as, yes, we do want to sell it to them unless anybody says something
I
different.
thought we had two we wanted to sell to them.
We have to, if they still want to.
We would take 2 of them, but if it's not gonna happen over the next month or so, they're gonna move on and they're gonna get rid of theirs.
Well, then probably we can't because we don't have someplace else to put that stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
just wanted to bring it up.
We wish we could,
Because
but
it's gonna take longer than that. to
taken
get the
forever.
garden Shed.
No,
up.
understood.
okay. So except for those billings.
Do you want to make the motion because move to approve with amendments to the minutes and the removal of the
William Scotsman.
what is it?
William Scotsman.
William Scotsman invoice. Move to approve the consent agenda.
I have a motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Lucas, are you here with us yet? No, he's not.
You, aye.
Lucas.
There.
Consent agenda, are you in favor of passing the minutes and financials?
I think I heard an aye.
You heard
Think
right.
you heard an aye? Okay, we're Lucas, unless you say otherwise, we're putting you down as an aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Old business, how's the code enforcement? Have you gotten a formal word back from the county on the frontage fence? Lynn? Have you gotten formal word back from code enforcement that we were?
Okay.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, I did approve that last motion. So sorry.
Thanks.
So yes, you are in compliance with regards to the punish fencing. As far as the storage containers, she's still putting that off with no fines.
Okay.
The district engineers for doing plans for the community building that the covered, correct?
The surveys that they done for that and fall, so just speaking with Lisa, our contact, we go to enforcement. Once that's been submitted to the county, we get some form of like a confirmation or anticipated case, I see, provide that back to her, in which she'll provide it in Senate order, and she'll just wipe it off until the building is built.
Okay, so we'll basically go through the same process we went through with the fence, right?
The 4 violations we had on landscaping, they've been taken care of?
Yes, but I was presented to Lisa. They show her the information, building permits. And landscapers.
So Jason is away on a family emergency right now, and that's why he did not see the fencing come down by the townhouses and could not ask that it be set aside.
Yeah, he's not on vacation. His mother had a stroke.
Oh.
So he had to leave kind of,
Suddenly.
and he's supposed to do back tomorrow, barring any complications, but we'll find out.
I see. Because I was seeing that come down and I was wondering myself if anybody had approached them and said, could you just set your fencing aside and we'll take it? Of course, we don't have a place to store it, but.
Right. And the problem also is that it was aluminum fencing and it's not really compatible with what we had. It was a 3-rail versus a 4-rail. So
Well, I don't think it would.
it's a moot point at this point.
But just to address somebody who may still be on the call, the concern about, we could have used that, and I was thinking the same thing, but it was just really just a timing and opportunity, a timing window opportunity that couldn't be addressed.
Okay. On to new business, consideration of movie night facility usage application. I see one in here for October, but on our website, we have a November and a December already scheduled. Have we gotten those requests in yet?
Yeah, so I had a kind of an issue with Jen requesting facility usage, and apparently we have a document that says which is established in 2019, that says if there's more than 50 people, then you have to have board approval, which I'm not really sure how that document came about and how it was approved, but I wanted to revisit that. I asked Angel to put this on the docket for the board to review. It's a quite lengthy document, but it does highlight the 50 people and over for Infomark to be able to approve usage for facilities. So this is kind of what brought it up.
Right, Luke. Oh.
I was just gonna say, there's way more issues than that. I mean, we've been having problems. I brought it to the board previously. A lot of stuff gets posted as far as events and stuff. The applications are not submitted in, the proper insurance is not submitted. We've talked about this ad nauseum. So again, I don't know what the board wants to do. We get applications sometimes we don't. Sometimes I don't even know that there's an event until someone will send me a screenshot going, hey, do you know about this event that's going on? And I'll ask Jason. He's like, no, she hasn't come to me. And Jason talks to Jennifer on the phone. They have a good working relationship. Lynn has talked to her several times as well. And, sometimes we get it, sometimes we don't.
I think my from conversations with her that I've had, she feels that if the events are taking place in the streets are not CDD property, so she doesn't have to submit an application because it's not on CDD property. And that may be why. Now, movie night may be an exception because movie night may be happening in the amphitheater, which is on CDD property. And that's why something is being submitted for those events.
But there's only the one for this month. There's not one for November, and we won't have a meeting.
So let's go back a
Oh,
little bit because
Lucas, Lynn's
Lynn's
talking,
speaking.
just a moment. Lynn, if you'll come up here so he can hear you.
all right. Well, let me know when I can talk. Okay.
Okay.
I did provide on the 26th at 4/16, the upcoming events, the one that's on the 1st, one that's on the 19th, and the one that's in November. I sent them the applications to you.
So that's the Harmony Market.
There's three events. And in talking with Jennifer, she was having this gal Nancy that she works with that's supposed to provide the COI. I did request it again. Still waiting for the one for the October 1st. So that we be in compliance and have the district as an additional insured. I haven't received it. And as far as the other events, whether, if you look at that one for the 1st, she says that it was going to be in the streets, but then she has the stage. And when I talked to her on the phone, she said, well, no, it's not going to be the stage. So again, whether it's in the streets or not, my only concern is trying to protect the district. It spills out of the streets on the district property. I would let council speak to that if he thinks it's incorrect in requesting a COI to protect the district.
I'd like to ask council, because we were told from way back, even if she's having something in the street and she's got a block off street, she's supposed to have MOT. Whether that's true.
And county
wrong, or
approval,
Otherwise, right, and a safety plan and all this stuff and from the council, whether that's, county, whether that's right, wrong, or otherwise, I don't know, but that was in place before we took over, so we've just been following suit.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna be on county property for an event, the county's got requirements that you're gonna have to satisfy. To the extent the event occurs on CDD property, we have the right to make sure that we're protected. Regardless of whether it's an HOA or, anybody.
And being that it's in the street, yeah, she's gotta go through the county, but the district's policies, we wanna see that. We wanna see that you set it up. And that's, I think, the protection for residents and everything.
Yeah,
So
but
that's where it comes
can we require that if it's not on a property? I think that's what Jennifer is saying.
I think to the extent that there is no part of this on CDD property, it's going to be up to the county. To the extent that it's partially on CDD property and partially on county property, then both of us are gonna have to consent. If it's all on CDD property, the county doesn't have to consent, but we do.
And I think her question is, let's say it is in the street, all of it's in the street, and the district wants to see her safety plan that she has submitted to the county. Do we have the right to ask that? Because
We have the right to ask it, we don't have the right to require it.
And we don't have the right to shut the event down.
Not if it's
No
only on county
standing and
property.
no standing unless it's on our property.
Right.
Okay.
But, so again, I don't want, and she's got the one for the October. And I guess we'll have another meeting before November 16th. But, it seems like it would have been easier since the dates are already set and they're publicized. And if we get if we get another request to reserve this particular area before she gets her request in, they take priority and then she's going to be bumped from the date she's publicized.
What did you want to say, Lucas?
Oh, am I allowed to talk now? I'm just making sure.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Let's try not to talk over you. Go ahead.
Okay, no, I was just waiting for a silent moment. No, I just think for her to run, she runs a lot of the community events. This document that we have that says that we have to vote that if it's over 50 people in our community and we have to wait for the next board member meeting is kind of just not efficient. And having so many events that pop up, yes, I want to follow all the legalities, and if they're on their property, yes, we need to go through the right channels, but having to approve for our community to use our facilities as far as our land for events, I don't think it's really appropriate in a sense. If they do the legal aspects and get all the paperwork done, I don't think we need to vote on it. I just don't see any really, we're just saying yes. I mean, they're getting all their paperwork done, and the community is enjoying an event. I mean, we got Halloween, we got, Thanksgiving, we got Christmas. All these events are going to pop up. Where you have one meeting every month at the end of the month, what are we going to, prove these things as they pop up? And if we don't hit the right time, then we don't prove it. That's just not. It's not fair. It's not right. I mean, we need to update this document that someone approved in 2019 and established of all these things that we have to agree upon.
Okay. Let me clarify that for you, Lucas. Those are our rules that are adopted through statutory rulemaking procedure. It's quite a lengthy process with legal advertising in the paper and everything. So when we do revisit,
they're not all statutory though. All those are not statutory. We've made some of those rules based on what we wanted done. Like, there's no statutory rules that says a district has to approve over than 50 people.
No, I understand that, Lucas, but what I'm trying to explain is that those rules were adopted following the formal statutory process that's laid out for rule adoption. And it was
adopted by the board who agreed upon those rules. There's no legal rules that says that.
I understand that, Lucas.
But do you though? I don't think you do, because those rules are not validated by any statutory legal rules that we have to.
Can I have a second, Lucas?
Go ahead, Dan.
There are statutory requirements for how we set those rules and how we change those rules. I think she's just trying to tell you that there are rules. We can set whatever we want within the confines of, the law, but to do that change, it's a lengthy process. Is that kind of summarizing, Teresa, what you're?
Yes, Dan, that's exactly what I was trying to state.
Lucas is raising a substantive question. Can we make that change?
Yes.
And I think the chair is just saying there's a process for any change we want to make.
That's right.
That's correct.
Right. We have to vote on it. It's a board. It's a CDD board rule that we voted on that needs to be changed, in my opinion. But it's not a legal rule that we have to have the board to vote on an event that's happening with 50 or more people. That's something that the board voted on when this document was established in 2019. So I want to put this on the docket to revisit this whole document because it is outdated. I told Angel about this whole document. There's a bunch of stuff in there that needs to be revisited because it is totally outdated and it hasn't been revisited in let's say 4 or 5 years. So
Lucas, in order to do that,
Angel's going to address your concern, Lucas.
Lucas, you're correct. This board can vote to change its rule, but there is a process to that. You can't just come before a board in a board meeting and vote to change a rule. We have to advertise it. There's a process of how we have to make rules. How do you change the rules? That's
I understand.
In order to get it done, it has nothing to do with the statute of the rule that you're talking about. There is no statute that says they have to approve 50 people or less. That's not what we're talking about. What we're saying is if this board wants to make changes to their policies and rules, that is fine. You can do that. However, there is a process. It has to be advertised. There's a process that we have to go through in order for that to happen. That's all that's being said.
And we did bring up earlier in the meeting that we were in the process of getting our rules together for potentially having our new council give them a review, give them if there's anything that is outdated. So I mean, your comment is prescient to that. It fits in what we're already potentially looking at. Refreshing our rules. Just it can't happen just like that. There's the process we have to.
Well, I'm not saying it happens tonight, but I'm just saying I brought it up obviously for a reason, and it needs to be addressed. Obviously, we're not going to vote on it tonight, but it does need to be revisited. The whole document needs to be revisited because it's way outdated. So that's just what I'm saying. I'm not saying we're gonna vote on it tonight and change it tomorrow and here we go. But yeah, I am addressing this because it is kind of cumbersome and it's not the way things should be, in my opinion.
Okay. So we have before us consideration of movie night facility usage application. And this is for a movie in October.
And we
And
have not received the COI.
We have not received the insurance naming the district as additional insured, which is required. We have not received that.
So can we approve it pending receipt of that?
Yes. Of course.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve it on the contingency that we receive the certificate of insurance prior to that date. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. We do need to be looking at those those other ones. You may want to call her and just remind her to get them in.
Yeah, we have the applications. We just, again, don't have the documentation to go with it. That's correct. I can be quick. The next one is Aegis. We budgeted, they send over kind of the preliminary premiums for your district insurance. When they sent that over, it was budgeted according to what they sent at $20,000. The premium, actually, they sent us the full binded package. It came in at $22,932. So we under budgeted by $2,932. So typically I would just sign these and we would get them done, but being that it went over what we typically budgeted, I just wanted to let you know, obviously we have to have insurance. Your new insurance starts October 1. So I just need board approval so we can pay this and get it going.
Do I have a motion to accept?
So moved.
Seconded.
I have a motion and a second to accept Aegis's proposal for insurance for the next fiscal year. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. The next item on the agenda is a discussion regarding a parking study. This really isn't a parking study. We came up under supervisors' businesses. There were two items dealing with our roadways. The district can't actually do anything with the public roads, but the county has already told us that if we request any changes to things such as parking, that they will do it if at all possible. Both mosquito control and fire rescue has stated that it's a very dangerous situation. Mosquito control cannot get in to do some treatments that they need to do, which could put us all in danger. And fire rescue on many of our streets, just when we have heavy parking on both sides of the street, just can't get their big trucks through. So I don't know if the board wants to formally request that the county have one side street parking or some other solution to this issue.
This is a parking study rather than asking the county to do it. What is the parking study?
I have no idea.
It's not labeled correctly. That's the bottom line. It shouldn't have been labeled study. It's not a study. Does the board want staff to go to the county and ask for these two things that are on the agenda?
It seems to me before we do that we should be at least somehow canvassing the residents, because they're going to be, they're going to be directly affected. A lot of people park right in front of their house, and if they can't park right in front of their house and they have a full garage and they, their driveways got other vehicles on it, I think we can't just, request the county do something without even notifying the residents that we're considering doing such a thing and why.
So how would you propose we do this canvassing?
That's a question for our DM and our DC.
I don't have a concern. I mean, in terms of, you can put out some sort of an e-blast or whatever saying, hey, we're considering this. Please let us know your thoughts on it. You can do that.
We don't, I thought we didn't have a way to send.
Well, we would ask the HOA if they.
Oh,
would ask
okay,
the blast on
okay.
behalf
And that,
of the district.
and that,
Okay.
that would be legally permitted, and then you can take that feedback into account in what you're doing.
Mhm.
That's probably the easiest way to do that. You can do surveys and things like that, but that gets a little bit more cumbersome.
And expensive.
But I mean, I think, you know, an e-blast saying that, hey, we are having challenges with parking that are creating safety concerns. We're contemplating asking the county to do X, Y, and Z. If you have any thoughts on this, please let us know, and the board will be discussing it in December or whatever date. I mean, that would probably be the easiest way.
That work?
Do you want us to include in the e-blast about requesting a fire station?
Well, that was the next one. Is the fire rescue services, the actual rescue services, Lucas, that you were approached about?
Yes, it's actually one of the firefighters that I'm kind of friends with. He approached me and messaged me on Facebook, and he said that the fire station, which is across from the high school, Harmony High School, does not have a rescue team, which is basically the people who come and save your life. The one that we have currently closest to us is in Holopau. And so he recommends we get one with, you know, how many older folks we have in the community. But he said we'd have to reach out to the government official. What is his name?
County Commissioner,
Ricky?
Yeah,
Ricky Booth.
Ricky Booth. Yeah, to
Okay.
get it approved. So I mentioned this last time at our meeting. So I don't know how we reach out to him, but
So
probably.
we can also include this, Lucas, in our email blast, asking people their opinion on requesting the county to have more, unless the board feels comfortable authorizing that request to go out. It would just be the board requesting or asking our district manager to contact Ricky Booth to say, hey, we support additional emergency management services
Is that
for rescue.
our role?
I'll make a motion to do that.
You can
It's
ask
not
anybody
for
anything.
I'll second.
Okay.
Okay, I have a motion for our district manager to reach out to our county commissioner to request additional emergency services, kind of like ambulance transport services.
Yeah, rescue squad or team.
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. So it won't be in the email blast.
Yep.
It won't be in the email blast requesting citizen input. We'll just go ahead and request that from
I
Ricky
don't
Booth.
think anybody's gonna have a problem.
Seems like a no-brainer.
Lucas, since you have contacts with the fire department, could you ask them, one night if they could come down and check out our roads and see if they can get through? I mean, I've had several fire officials approach me on this, but it might be good to have them give it a try.
Yeah. What roads were you specifically referring to?
Well, it's basically all of them, but
All
that
of the
one,
interior ones.
no, even Middlebrook and Feathergrass.
That's interior,
Not the boulevards, is what
not
she
the
means.
boulevard.
Oh, not the boulevards. Yeah, the boulevards. Of course,
Have
they could roll under those and make sure that the trees are cut the proper height for their clearance, which is important also. I don't want to pay for fire engine lights.
Okay.
The ones that are the most serious is, I know,
Middlebrook,
Middlebrook,
Feathergrass,
Feathergrass, Dark
Dark Sky,
Sky, that's down
Galaxy.
next to the lake.
Yeah.
Fir and bear grass, I mean,
But even basically it's all of our
Interior.
streets, not the main boulevards. Main boulevards are trees. Interior streets are passage.
Yep, I will reach out to my buddy and have him come through and see if there's any issues with getting access to any of the houses. That is that will be
Yeah,
an issue.
and it's particularly on weekends and nights.
Yeah.
So we'd really appreciate their help in that.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah, because that would help us decide about the road parking.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, we're now on supervisor requests. Ms. Castle, you are recognized.
A couple of things. I wanted to bring up the tower at the east entrance. It is in disrepair. I feel that it needs to be addressed. It's not only in disrepair, it just looks really awful. It's a mess. And I've been approached by folks in the lakes because they come in that way and they see it every day. I hardly ever go out to Melbourne that way. So I think, I don't know what, I think field services needs to take a look at that tower and tell us what they can do on their own and tell us what we need to get quotes to do. I mean, if nothing else, it needs to be repainted, needs to be power washed and repainted, and all those signs for doctors' offices and blah, blah, blah need to be painted over.
Need evaluation and list out everything that needs, I mean, not that we need board approval, but just let's summarize it, send it to the board and get started on the work.
Right, yeah.
Is that good?
Yep. Tradition going down South Florida, just redid theirs recently. Looked very nice, very similar to ours.
Okay.
My second thing, because most of the others were addressed, is I just published something from Growth Spotter that we're getting, another 1,200 dense apartments, right? Like it's 5 stories, et cetera. We're getting a lot new residents who are occupying small spaces. And I think we need to look at revising our assessment methodology so that if these people are paying a pittance toward, and getting the same benefits as the rest of the residents, I think the things need to be adjusted. So I had a quick conversation with Mike, and I'm going to kind of hand it over to him to talk about.
Yeah, and so when we're talking about your assessment methodology, we're talking about your operation and maintenance methodology, not your debt methodology. That's fixed, that's set in stone pretty much. And so when you look at your operation and maintenance assessments, I mean, if you're following your debt assessments, which I'm assuming that you're doing, some of that doesn't make sense following it, such as recreation. So for example, if you have a 3-bedroom townhome and a 3-bedroom house, that's probably the same number of people who are using your recreation. It's a reasonable interpretation. However, if you're following your debt methodology, which usually is based on front footage or square footage or something like that, that's not really as fair as coming up with something that's square footage of the home or the number of bedrooms or something like that. So I think there are ways that you can look at on the O&M side, how would you make adjustments to your methodology to more equitably split the cost? And that's certainly something that you could do. I would say that if you were going to look at doing that, you should start talking about it in January because you'd want to incorporate it with your upcoming budget that comes up. Finally, I would say that whatever you do would apply to anything that's new as well as anything that's existing. So if you have an existing 2-bedroom townhome that's going to be the same size as a 2-bedroom townhome that's going to be built next year, that methodology will have to apply to them in a fair and equitable manner.
And I will tell you, this information has all been sent to Leah, which is our assessment director. So she's kind of already starting to look into it and preliminary numbers and kind of stuff like that. I know you had a back and forth with her a little bit.
Yeah, we were looking at the 377 apartments that are proposed. And again, I want to caution you, these are articles in a magazine. These are pipe dreams of the developers. Even if they've gone through part of the county process, it's still a pipe dream until they have the money. I mean, they're coming to us, asking us to gin up bond money so they can make this really happen. So I don't want our residents to get all upset. I mean, some of what they proposed is not even on property that's in the CDD or that it has any type of zoning that would ever permit it. So please don't folks get all concerned about this, but we need to look at it. The one that's closest to reality is that 377. And we took the two parcels. One we found last year or the year before wasn't even assessed because of a split out that was done. But now they're both being assessed. The total of the two assessments divided by the 377 units would come to an assessment. Now this, I think, is O&M and debt service of $466. The condo units are right now paying almost $1,200 per unit. So you can see there is a huge disparity between those two numbers. So I think we do need to look at it closely. So
we'll keep it up. We'll put it on the
Mhm.
agenda, make sure it gets on the agenda for January.
Yeah, and we already have Leah, so between now and then, she'll gather more information and kind of starting putting together something and have some rough draft or something for you guys to start looking at, and then whatever, there's some process.
Yeah.
We'll go through that.
Okay.
Keep in mind too, if it's an apartment building, it won't be a separate assessment per apartment.
It'll be a whole-
one bulk bill to the owner of the apartment.
right.
If it's a BTR, then she'll rent a bill.
This likes this business I have here. So you want me to give you a copy with the house and then also send you this.
I think any information will be helpful.
Yeah, it's the same guy that we gave them that guy. Yeah, Leah's really good, but again, there are options, as David just stated.
And do understand that when we start doing this, it may have a negative impact on some of the owners. So a house that has 5 bedrooms but is on a very small lot, their O&M may go up too. So just be aware that it has repercussions here and there. Any other supervisor requests?
Mine was just to echo that. I noticed the Cat Lake access, that only started showing up in our budget, I think 2 years ago. So I don't know if that's,
Yes, I found that and they went and started assessing that as well as a couple of other properties.
okay, but that wouldn't have any bond impact, I guess, if, there were to now be something built out on there and it.
I don't know whether there's bond debt on that right now.
No, there is not that and not parcel GA.
I just need to see, was it within the assessment area originally, and if it was never in any assessment area, it's a different answer. I mean, if it was in an assessment area, it just wasn't allocated because it was originally thought not to be developable.
Yeah, they thought both of that and GA were gonna be a pool and recreational.
But if it now is going to be housing,
Mhm.
then you would look to reallocate those debt assessments.
Okay. That's good to know. So we definitely need to
But
look at that.
bondholders like it when you have more rooftops and less.
Right, and for reference, GA, that's the empty lot across from the elementary school. All right.
Any other supervisor requests? Lucas, did you have anything you want to discuss at a future meeting?
No, I'm gonna do it today. Yes, just a few things, Angel. Is it possible to get a quote for this east side fence line? On the obviously on the east side entrance, just that front left corner, if you're kind of looking at it from this side. You got me, Angel?
East side fence line.
You
On
mean
192.
east entrance to where
Yeah.
Omni Development's fence is?
Just from the woods, from I guess Harmony Central, that side where our property line starts, to the entrance where we have the signs that need to be pressure washed that says doctors and all that stuff.
Okay. We don't, Lucas, we don't own all of that.
No, I'm not saying all the way down there. I'm saying just that side.
The portion that we took down.
Right.
For code enforcement. It's just
Yeah, Dan, you got me, right?
that little slice, just east entrance going east until we leave our property.
To the Omni Development land.
Just so it looks a little, I mean, if we're talking, aesthetically, right, Lucas, that.
Right,
now,
yeah, I just want to
left
see
there.
like a quote of a portion of what we took down to replace that, to see how much it cost.
Okay, and it.
Can you just tell me
yes.
I'm not directed?
From.
I'll-
east-
I'll-
okay.
Oh my gosh, this is so easy. Dan, help me
No
out, bro.
problem, Lucas. I'll help her. Okay.
Yes, Lucas, we can get you a quote.
All right.
Do we have leftover fencing material that we can use?
We did take the stuff they took down that was salvageable. They do have that.
So we could look at that.
Yeah. So I would just say, like, it doesn't look the same, obviously, and it does look a little tacky with having columns that are not fenced in. So if we can piece part certain areas with low cost, I think that's probably a good strategy. And going forward, I think we need fence. I think most probably community people will agree with that, but I just wanted to see how much it costs just for a little portion of what we need to fill up.
Okay. Did you have something else, Lucas?
Yeah, just I know this is not CDD, but there's a huge puddle that is on 5 Oaks going towards Feathergrass and Middlebrook, where I live at, when it rains a lot.
Just that
I
earlier.
think.
Yeah, that was
Okay.
his report. Yep, we'll have more. He's gonna send out a report. They did analysis and we might be.
Okay.
But yep.
Sorry, I missed that one. Thanks for the info. The other one, just informational. Apartment building dates and Publix. I've had a couple community members ask me some dates on when those things are happening, if they are happening.
We don't know.
Okay. All right. Well, that's what I say too. So, all right. That's it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Move to adjourn.
I have a motion to adjourn. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Bye.
Thanks.
All right, guys. Talk to you later.
Thanks, everyone.
Everyone else, thank you.
This is our longest meeting ever.
Unbelievable.
Clearly.
I hope you found it. More than.